who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Before dawn. Make your choice.
You'll never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Live or die. Make your choice.
You'll never know who I am.
And welcome back, ladies and gents, and everyone in between. You're here. We're watching the Valkyrie Season 2. You know what? It's been a long time coming. Me and Neptune, it's our first time actually going in here and casting together, so it's been an absolute pleasure. It's your girl, Beef Mommy, and joined with me here today, Neptune the gentleman, the golden voice himself. How are you feeling today with our day number 3?
I'm really excited to see these ladies show it up right here in these games. So far, 2 days has already passed wherein they were able to play against each other, and there's plenty of time for them to adjust. So there's really a lot of surprises that we might be seeing right here. And thank you very much once again, Beef Mammy, for standing next to me on this shoutcasting. I'm really excited to have you here and to give the great show to our viewers.
Of course. I mean, we already talked about it. Day number 3 is up in our mids, and obviously we have a very interesting lineup for today. But let's talk about what happened in the past few days. Like, we had day number 1, obviously clean sleep, and honestly for day number 2 we actually saw NU really pick it up, get 1 point. So again, that's going to be very interesting. But you know what, before that, let's take a look at the tournament format that we have for today. You already know it. Obviously we've been having this for the past 3 days, but you know what, let's take a look at it right now. Take a look at this. 3 regions already up into the group stages. Obviously, you guys know, single round robin over here. We got the Klasiko Hyenas, LIthara, Artemis, Sad Valkyrie, Lugiami, Tyrant, LXIX, PDRBs, Nifty Ultra, AJW Esports, and AīM GENESIS. You know what? This is a loaded cast that we have here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these teams are ready to fight it on. We've already seen them go in against each other. Some might have pulled in the shorter end of the straw, but right now there's a chance for them to get back up. Now, after the group stages, we will be heading over to double elimination best of 5 series on the playoffs. So we're really excited to see who will be popping off on these games and who will be ending up on those slots.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams right now, all 8 teams are really going into the playoffs. That's their goal. But before that, let's take a look at the qualified teams that we have for today. You know what? We're going to be seeing it next here. Valkyrie series obviously has so much to offer, like what I mentioned a while ago. All of these 8 teams here so far has been absolutely crazy. But you know what? A team that has been keeping our honestly, they've been doing such a great job here. Tyrant, LXIX have been dominating here so far. But for you, Neptune, which team stands out?
I mean, apart from LXIX, which swept the games, getting 6-0, I'm looking forward to what PDRBs has to offer, as well as AīM GENESIS. I mean, familiar names so far, and also other teams who are in here. I want to see more of LIthara, Artemis, as well as Valkyrie moving up into the standings, on the standings, on the leaderboards that we have right now. But so far, everyone from this lineup will really show us a great game because, like what I mentioned, they have this plenty of time, a few days to adjust and review all the games that they have from the previous matches and show us what they have in these games.
Absolutely. I mean, it's only day number 3, and they're basically breaking down all of the strats that they have already. But speaking of, let's take a look at our breakdown real quick here, because a lot of things have been happening the past few days so far. But obviously, look at the breakdown of our prize pool. Take a look at that, $3,000 US. That is a lion's share total prize money. But if you are going to win it all, you'd want to place yourself in that first spot. You got $1,500 US sitting right pretty there. I mean, honestly, every time I actually get to see this, I get so happy. It's because these ladies really deserve this cash money.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities that will be offered to those who will be getting these cash prize because, so much is expected. I mean, so much can be offered by the team, especially the ladies that we have right here. So having the prizes laid out from 1,500 to 750 to 500 to 250, this is a lot of USDs that they can use. Not just, I know you mentioned this, but not just for the crates, not just for the skins, battle passes, but also for them to further their brands, their game into esports.
And yeah, and this is honestly, it can actually help out all of these teams, not only for, gaming purposes, but also for life. These players really know what's actually going to happen. But you know what? Let's take a look at what is next for all of these teams, just because we already know the prize pool, obviously, that is very important indeed. But take a look at our current standings for day number 2. Honestly, taking a look at this list, I'm not surprised that Tyrant is going to be on top because obviously they did not have any losses at all. Obviously, they've been so dominant, not only for Season 2, but also during our first Valkyrie series. Right below them, PDRB is only having that one loss against NU. So that was actually a really good one. I was able to actually go and predict what was to happen. So obviously, I feel like that's going to be the case for today as well. I want to be upset. I want Tyrant LXIX to lose at least one. I mean, not just because like I want them to lose, but you know what? I want the playing field to be a little bit more even.
Definitely, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, this might be the chance for LIthara, Artemis, as well as Sad Valkyrie to move up to the leaderboards and, like we mentioned, balance everything when it comes to the points. And the last few days of the group stages needs to be a little bit heated with those balance points. But let's see what else we're going to see in this fight as we move along. And Beef Mommy, as we look into the schedule right now, Sad Valkyrie will be going against AīM GENESIS. The next game would be Lugiami going against LIthara, Artemis, so the two teams that we're expecting to move up a little bit. And PDRB is going against Klasiko, Hyenas, as well as Nifty, Ultra, AJW Esports, and they will be going against the top place Tyrant, LXIX. This will be very exciting in these games.
Okay, honestly, I'm excited for the last two that we have here. PDRB is obviously dropping a map against NU the last time, and Klasiko Hyenas coming from that 0-3 in day number 1, giving Artemis a 3-0 themselves. So honestly, Klasiko has been doing a really good job. So PDRBs, better keep an eye on them, just because I feel like they maybe underestimated NU in day number 2 for them losing that one map. But you know what? A lot of things can actually happen. NU versus Tyrant LXIX, obviously that's going to be a banger of a closer, so I can't wait to see that. But you know what, let's take a look at what is in store for us next, because obviously you can see the Sad Valkyrie and AīM GENESIS really opening things up. So again, a very amazing start here so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the opening as well as the ending and everything else in between will be exciting. Hopefully the fans out there are ready, prepared to cheer on and wait for their teams to battle it out, because this will be a chance for everyone else to move on to the leaderboards, or probably those in the top 2 or 3 will be able to maintain their position. That is still has said, just no assumptions just yet, because it's just the day number 3 in the group stages. So there are a lot of surprises that we might be seeing in this game. So at the moment that we have them showing up the scores, giving us the battles, then we'll be able to find out probably midway through these matches on who will be moving up on the leaderboards. So let's go in those categories that we usually look into for the first few days, and we're looking at the best Valkyrie anchors. And on this list right now, the anchor position, Beef Mommy, is really an important part of the team.
Absolutely. This player, I feel like it needs a lot more love just because of how important their positioning is. I mean, this teammate that they have here, obviously, I'm looking at all of these names, and Sika is the one that actually stands out. She was the MVP for her team in Tyrant. So again, a lot of these girls, they position themselves. And if you guys don't know what an anchor is, they basically rotate early, they hold down a power position, and they take out whatever challenges come their way. So how an anchor actually does her job is they control the map, they control the spawns. We saw it from another game the other day where a girl rotated earlier on, and basically that actually went in there, chose their spawn in their favor, and eventually won that hardpoint and won the game. So anchors are so important in the matchup, and a good anchor can actually do so much. You know what, honestly, really big props to these girls to really just hold down and really go away from the pack just so they can position themselves early.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as a previous seafarer, the anchor itself, the word anchor itself has a lot of meaning. So just think about that. For those of you who don't know what an anchor is, just imagine there are the teams, there are the members who hold everyone in place. And going next onto the category of the best Valkyrie OBJ, going in for those objectives, we have this list that we have right now. And looking at this list, Beef Mommy, it's really it's really happy. I'm really happy to see that all these categories are being shown and the important parts of the games, not just the MVPs, are being put out in there to be seen by the audiences, because mostly the teams are only focusing on the MVPs, but the anchors and the objective holders as well are important factors of a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the OBJ, you usually have these people go inside of the hard point, obviously doing the objective, while the Slayers are actually going outside of like the flex players. So for me, OBJ, again, very important. They're also having a lot of time in that hard point, but I feel like with the OBJ, they are the last line of defense. So once your Slayers actually go and die out afterwards, that's when the OBJ can actually, okay, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna be the pickup. So it's like kind of like a game of chess, right? The pawns are usually going to be your Slayers, really just giving out a lot of these kills, but eventually you need to have your Knight to really just help out with your team. And usually they're the ones that sweep from under the rug, and that will surprise you. But take a look at this one. You have a really great roster of OBJs, and as they should, because it's just that important. You're seeing a lot of time being spent in those hard points. So again, with the gun choice, even they probably will have a different gun choice, because you want to have them to have, you know, a close range gunfight, because if they have like a Holger in hand, I feel like that might be a little bit difficult because the ADS is a little bit too slow. But yeah, that's OBJ free, OBJ life. I really like that life.
Yeah, I mean, some of the players, especially in the multiplayer scene, they focus more on like making the game as a team deathmatch. But the OBJ are there to really put in all those points, especially like when you mentioned on a hard point as well as domination. But looking at the Slayers right here, those who make those frags, as we see on these lineup.
And yes, here we go. You see the names already. It's scaring me. You see Lugiami, Elmo J, and NX as well. NX, she was an absolute bot. I mean, her IGN during the first series was NX bot. That's why I actually knew her. I wasn't even sure it was her, but taking a look at that and I remember her face, that is definitely her. She was doing a lot, and probably one of the best performances I've seen in hardpoint. I think it was standoff, where she already got so many score streaks, and it's only been like what, 30 seconds within the first hardpoint. So definitely these people are very important, because Slayers will have the score streaks and operator skills first before anyone else. So that's why they're just so essential, basically, you know, spawning away a lot of the time. But it is for useful though. You do have that early setup just because of these people. They clear out the site. So again, very important part to have, and definitely high fraggers here.
Yeah, I mean, the frags right here coming from these ladies definitely will be a lot as we move along onto this battle. Another set of Slayers that we're looking at right now. So Beef has already pointed out a lot of Slayers from earlier, and we've also been seeing a lot of familiar names right here. We have Tyrant, Mia, as well as Afia, and also those from PDRB's AīM and NU. We also have Denise right there from Tyrant. So all these names, Ryowa, Tokyo, and Tokyo, Flacco, Vien, Aurora, and Reiko. There are the ladies who were in. You'll see them most on the kill feed, taking those frags and, like I mentioned, stocking up on those kill feed as well as the score streaks and operator skills. Now, as we move along to these games, are they still the same Slayers that we're going to see in these matches, or will it be the snipers who will be showing us a great show in this game as we look at the best Valkyrie snipers in this list?
Oh, I love the list that I'm seeing right now. I always love a good sniper. And from day number 2, we definitely saw Const and Genos absolutely just pop off. So Genos really had a lot of kills in Search and Destroy. Obviously, snipers are the most essential in that game mode because they have eyes before anyone else. They basically see the future. Girls, okay? So if you're a really good sniper, not only do you see the future and give information to your team early on in the Search and Destroy rounds, but if you are mechanically gifted enough, like which these girls are, you can quick scope, you can do so many things, and basically if you are confident with that sniper like these ladies, you can basically use that as a shotgun. So these girls ain't playing.
Yeah, I mean they ain't playing. They are here to slay. And as we go into the best support, another category we're in. It's very crucial. It's very important, but I would say it's underrated at some point, Beef Mami, because the support category. I mean, the support position is not really that what do you call this, flagged or flastered into all of the tournaments, but they are doing a lot of things that help the squad as well.
Absolutely. And I feel like this is probably one of the most important roles that we have out there, because if you're going to be like a flex player or like support, then they can basically play any role and they have to master that. They're a jack of all trades, and that's always, not a bad thing. That's a great thing where they're good enough to actually go and perform. But speaking of performance, let's take a look at the team that will actually go and start off the day in our match number 1. I'm excited to actually go and see this just because this team has been absolutely crazy. We have Sad, Valkyrie, and yes, maybe they haven't had a really good start, but you know what? Day number 3 seems like it's a different thing. Sad Cherry, Sad Echo, Sad Lancer, Sad Mai, and Sad Pixie. I feel like today's the day for them to pick up that 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the day wherein they'll be able to slay and turn those sadness, turn those frown upside down, or probably they will not be sad anymore. They might be mad after they go into the battle, because this is their chance to move up on the leaderboards and show us what they have in these games. Like what we mentioned earlier, we're looking forward to those at the bottom of the list to move up and probably see a balance points on the leaderboard as we move in onto the last day of the group stages. And let's see these teams who are in here. Sad Valkyrie right now, who are just chilling before the game, and this is how you should be. You need to be relaxed. You need to be chill, not really that pressure, because you need to have those focus in the game and not everything else.
Yeah, and the focus definitely is needed here in day number 3, just because they lost all the points from day number 1 and 2. So Sad Valkyrie has a very great job to actually maybe pull out something from under the rug, because once you give away that maybe you are a little bit of a weaker team at the very beginning, basically in the eyes of your enemy team, they'll think that you're vulnerable. But this is the perfect opportunity for them. Like, you know what? Let's switch it up. We've learned from the past few days that they've rested and maybe even trained. So that's going to be very important for them. Hopefully, they were able to use those past few days to really just go and study and become a little bit better and hopefully come out on top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not always those at the bottom, like for the first few days of a series, of a tournament, that stays there. At some point, they turn it around. They surprise us. So let's see how well Sad Valkyrie will be doing right now, and especially with the name itself for the team. They are here with a similar name on the tournament, so they have to show up. They need to bring all those game faces on, and not just the sad faces, and probably we'll see more of them on this leaderboard.
Now we're going to be turning that frown upside down and see who they're actually going up against, because that is not going to be a very easy feat. Now, this team, they need no introduction just because of how well they've actually been performing here. I know they might have struggled just a little bit, but you know what? Sad Valkyries, they can definitely hold up on their own. So, you know what? Let's take a look at AīM GENESIS right now. A team that has been doing a good job here so far. I mean, you already see here, Bien, Ella, Flaco, Nicole, Sam, and Isa. These ladies do not play, especially when you've got Flaco and Bien by your side. These duos, especially in the teams that we have here, this duo, they've been doing so well. But honestly, these girls have been at it ever since season 1.
Yeah, I mean, they are here to show what they have. And you mentioned about the two names, really familiar names when it comes to tournaments just like this. So hopefully most of the teams in here will be remembered as best players for their team. Because as we look into the battle, these ladies really gave their best. I mean, they're giving out their best to take the win, and especially to get those cash prizes in this match. So let's see who is our head-to-head in this games. We've already seen the team lineup. Now let's look into Sad Pixie, who is going against AīM Flacco. We're in. Sad Pixie will be getting or has 12, 11, and 1.33 on the KDAs, and an average score of more than 1400. Wherein Flacco has a little bit higher KDAs in here with 14, 15.33, and 3.33, as well as 1800 on the average score. So looking at this head-to-head MVP, we'll have to see if it will change as we move along onto the games, or will it be the same? Will it be remaining the same? Will it still be Flacco and Sad Pixie on the MVPs representing their team?
I'm not really surprised that Sad Pixie is actually going up here, and the points aren't that far off. So she's been an absolutely blazing character for Sad Valkyrie. She has picked up her team not only in the respawns but also in search and destroy. So if they're able to play around Sad Pixie, I feel like that is the game that they need to play, because AīM GENESIS is not a really easy foe to defeat, and especially with Flacco up in your mids with your average kills of 14, that's a lot. But I feel like it's very doable for Sad Pixie, especially if she pops off, for them to get a map, 2 maps, or maybe even 3 points off of AīM. It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely in the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, but I know that's like nothing is impossible for these ladies. They may be able to pop off earlier on onto the games and show us, like Sad Pixie and together with the Sad Valkyrie, they will be able to show us how great they are as they go against AīM GENESIS in this first battle. Again, I'm really excited to see these teams fight it out, because this is where we will be getting a preview on how the leaderboard is changing, if it will change.
And hopefully there is going to be a change, because Sad Pixie, or maybe even just Sad Valkyrie in general, they need to get those points down. Just because they're gonna have a hard time if they don't pull through in day number 3. AīM GENESIS, on the other hand, is not gonna allow that to happen. So I want to be surprised here, obviously. I always love to be wrong. And AīM GENESIS seem to be like the more powerful team. But Sad Valkyrie obviously has the performance to show for. We've seen bright spots in their performance in day number 1 and day number 2, but they need to do more here in our 3rd day. So now we're actually going into our head-to-head, and that might change into the very end of this, who's going to be coming out on top. Hopefully what I'm seeing here, Sad Valkyrie, other members start to actually perform in the same level as Sad Pixie, because I know they can. But for the side of AīM GENESIS, they just need to do what they're doing, because so far they've been in the middle of the pack, but they don't want to be there because they want to be on top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like what I mentioned, those who are a little bit lagging, at some point they turn it around in the middle of the battles or of the series. So I guess we'll have to find out in a bit who will be taking the lead in this game as we go in. Let's look as to where these teams will be fighting as we look onto the map and modes of this game. As we look right now, we have Sad Valkyrie, who won the coin cost, and they will be choosing the first map to be banned.
And yeah, that's actually a very good thing. I'm so excited to see that Sad Valkyrie actually won that coin toss. It means map number 1 and 3 is going to be going into their favor. But you can see here, Takeoff is going to be banned. I'm not surprised, but I really wanted to see Takeoff really being played. So obviously Takeoff is going to be the favorites to be banned in this competition. And Sad Valkyrie has that off their list. And now AīM GENESIS needs to also find a way to play this right. Because if they don't, we've seen teams fall down just because they banned the wrong map against a certain team. And obviously day number 1 and 2, there's only so much information that you can actually gather against your opponent with which maps they're really strong at or which maps they're weak at. So it's really up to you which one, if you want to play to your strengths or you want to take out the weaknesses of your opponent and really just take out a really good map. But the thing that's really interesting to me is that once you master the maps that people don't really like Takeoff, Crossfire, Hackney Yard, and eventually it gets to your roster of maps to play in, that is going to be a really good strategy to have, because they don't want that, but then since you have, that's going to be really good. So again, while we're waiting for which map ban we saw from AīM GENESIS, map number 1, 2, and 3 is going to be very important because they're choosing their side essentially. So I'm scared to see if, let's say, we have Crossfire, Search and Destroy, because that's going to be very good for AīM GENESIS, or even Crossfire Domination. Neptune, this is like, people hate playing in Crossfire Domination. I hate it too, but there's a reason why it's a challenge. And if these girls come up to the challenge, that's a true testament of a really good team.
Definitely. I mean, if they go in and these games and like go against, go on these fights, like challenging the maps that is being chosen right now. And there you go, Crossfire has been banned already by AīM GENESIS. So Takeoff and Crossfire has been taken out. Now we'll have to find out further. Now you mentioned about how these teams can prioritize or like capitalize on getting those maps onto their favor, but at some point it can also be turned around, because despite of choosing a map, the side can be chosen by the opposing team. So it's more of mind games, like, or as what you mentioned, the analogy that you mentioned about the chess game. So it's your move, my move, who gets the win.
Yeah, I was speaking of who's gonna get the win. Map number 1, we're gonna be seeing Hardpoint finally go up against this one. You already know that Takeoff and Crossfire are going to be banned, and Standoff is going to be the name of the game. Very classic map. You already love this map for every single game mode. Very well loved in the COD community, like we like to say, right?
Yeah.
And Standoff Hardpoint, that's a really good map because the spawns aren't going to be a little bit too far, but the rotation from P1 to P2 definitely is going to be really good. But what you need to do here is to rotate from P3 going all the way to P4, because Bakery is definitely going to be that money hill that you want to get all of those points in.
Yeah, I mean, the Bakery itself is very difficult to contest and hold as well. I mean, it goes both ways, because there's a lot of, especially on the moment that it goes in there, you have already stocked up on the score streaks and the operating scale, so you'll be able to clear that out if you know how to how to do those rotations as well as those offense in this map. But Standoff, like what you mentioned, P1 and P2 is really a good. Now let's go to Search and Destroy, and let's see which map they will be choosing and firing range we're in. This is a sniper spree battle, like the long A, as well as the rotations can be read by the sniper, but depending on where they will be placed. And as we look, it's the defender who will be a sad Valkyrie, and the attacker at that point. The ones who will be dictating the pace is AīM GENESIS.
And yeah, I mean, we already know that Search and Destroy definitely is going to be very great. So again, with a lot of these teams already performing so well in firing range, we need to see something different from Sad Valkyrie, because from the first game that they had here, they've been having a very hard time with their rotation and really just being reluctant here. So again, they need to go and pick it up, because Search and Destroy is definitely a game that you can be a little bit different, especially if you lose Hardpoint. It's a breath of fresh air. But speaking of, domination is also going to be very important for them. So the map here, hopefully I want to see Hackney Yard, because I'm just chaotic like that, you know. Oh, here we go. Here we go, Neptune. I think I have the power today. I think Jericho has bestowed to me his future seeking skills, because I definitely wanted this. Because domination in Hackney Yard, let's be real, not a lot of people like this, because it's pretty much like Crossfire, where it's pretty one-sided. But you know, both of these teams, they get to play on both sides. So let's see how they're gonna face Hackney Yard.
Yeah, I mean, what I love to see in Domination and Hackney Yard is how they turn things around. I mean, if you're on a Charlie, at some point you need to capture Alpha to be able to get closer to B and take those 2 points. That we'll have to find out. If that is a tactic for the teams, that is just what I've been seeing on these games. Like the A and B are the most important regardless of the sides switching. But let's see, what are the operator skills that we're not going to see in this fight? I like to make a guess. Oh, Death Machine, that was surprising. But I think Sparrow will be in there. Or Annihilator. And there you go. The Sparrow will be taken out. I was quite surprised that Annihilator was not taken out. So I guess they've seen how these teams is already using those death machines to specially take out those respawn maps.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm pretty excited to see what is going to happen for Domination because we haven't seen Hackney Yard really been played yet. And like we keep saying, it is definitely going to favor Alpha. We've seen it in the World Series and other competitions here so far. If you don't capture Alpha, you will have a hard time because Charlie is definitely going to be a harder place to actually go and rotate. The spawns are a little bit too far. Plus, I mean, you do have top L control, which is a power position that you can have, but you can also go in there for, you know, the take if you are going to be spawning off of Alpha. So if you want to have an edge, always try to go in Alpha. If you spawn into that Charlie side, always rotate, try to get Alpha. So once we see a team try to go for Alpha, they basically have the game already because the trip going into Bravo is going to be a little bit shorter compared to when you spawn off of Charlie. But we are starting things off in our hard point in standoff. It's honestly for me, if the team, whoever is like losing points, they need to go into Bakery. They need to find a way to go in there early. Not only that, win their gunfights inside. Because I've seen things turn around. Okay, maybe they're not having a good time in P1, P2, and P3. They get all of the points back into Bakery and basically maybe turn things around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Bakery is one of the points that we're in. We've seen a lot of turnarounds, a lot of comebacks, really, from fights, from battles, teams who went in on search or saw on hardpoint and standoff. So going into this fight, we'll have to find out if they have figured out their rotations already, especially on this map. Though this is a classic map, a lot of teams has already played this plenty of time. But as we go into the competition, there is pressure that we're talking about. Pressure, you might lose some of the rotations, some of the tactics that you have. So hopefully these teams have practiced a lot as well as composed themselves to go on this fight. Once again, Sad Valkyrie will be going against AīM GENESIS as we started off standoff map on hardpoint.
And I'm so pumped. 5 seconds left into the start of the day. And it's going to be a very long one, but obviously with the performance of all these girls, it's going to seem short because it's going to be absolutely chaotic. And finally, going into that first hardpoint, I actually like to see that rotation from AīM GENESIS from Flacco going into the back end of the map. Obviously, this is a really important part, and Sad Echo already doing such a great job at getting a lot of these opening frags already.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, overextending on a hard point and clearing that out before going in and just leaving one member. And there you go. Before being taken down, a few seconds was captured in there, making Sad Valkyrie take those points. Now, AīM GENESIS, I think they're having a hard time really getting those points from this part because a good position for the side of Sad Valkyrie, already 15 points. But it is now AīM GENESIS time to go in on this fight with 20 seconds remaining before we go into the P2. They might be able to catch up and probably stock up on those points unless Sad Valkyrie take it back from them, but there's only 10 seconds remaining.
Spawns have been flipped, and we can see an early rotation going in from side of AīM GENESIS from P2. Now, we need to see a rotation coming in from Sad Valkyrie as well, but it's a good thing they're actually getting a lot of these scrap points already. Bien already doing a good job at going in there very early. KRM action already very solid here so far, getting another one. But then one person, like, look at this hot time that we like to see here. Hit marker is going to be going down. So, again, very great effort right now from Bien being an absolute slayer for her team, but Pixie doing such an amazing job with 7 kills already to her name.
Sad Pixie just going in there and dominating that second floor, giving way for their team to take back the ground floor of this warehouse. A good positioning for these teams as well as the backup, but sad to say AīM GENESIS will be able to get it back and tie up the score once again. Nicole was taken down, but still the teams are stepping on that hill. 23 seconds remaining. Will they be able to maintain this hold on that point, or will it be turned around to Sad Valkyrie? But I think Sad Valkyrie is already going in, taking that rotation onto P3 and leaving it for AīM GENESIS to take back a lot of points for their team.
That one push from Sad Valkyrie going into the backside of the map is definitely going to be very important, but they weren't able to actually win those gunfights. So again, really great effort to actually go and contest and maybe even get a lot of points in P2. And that early rotation here in P3 is going to be absolutely crazy. Echo. 6 kills for her name, but still very important kills nonetheless. But Nicole is going to be going in there very well. Guns a-blazing, but does get taken out really quickly. So I like what I'm seeing from Sad Valkyrie here. I'm not going to lie. The early rotation going to P3 is absolutely crazy, doing such a great job.
Yeah, I mean, the early rotation as well as the backup system that is being done by Sad Valkyrie, being able to stay on the hard point as well as have one standing by just in case one has been taken down. But here we go. We have AīM GENESIS already taking over that hard point, trying to take over that hard point, but it will be taken back by Sad Valkyrie. There's still a lot of points on the side of AīM GENESIS that they can take advantage. They can play the mind games in here and just make sure that they make those rotations, but with a few points, with a few seconds on that hard point, the rotation needs to be done early because, like we mentioned, the bakery might turn the tides for these teams.
Now, I mean, both of these teams actually went in for the early rotation. Sad Valkyrie got the scrap points from P3, but going into Bakery, they just lost their gunfights from the rotation. So a very solid hold here so far by AīM GENESIS, but definitely the equalizers are definitely going to be out. Take a look at that. Ella already having 2 pieces for her name. Not going to be a third, but it's a good thing that Sadshare does an absolutely great job. But then 2 players absolutely denies the entrance. Now, with Sad Valkyrie, they're just losing their gunfights from the rotation going in here. And yes, I feel like they went in there early. That's a really good thing, but AIM's definitely going to make that very hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's AīM GENESIS who's taking advantage, utilizing all those score streaks as well as their operator skills to their side and just keeping everyone out on this point. And points right now is 116, still moving in favor of AīM GENESIS with 10 seconds remaining. A lot of points will be gathered as we move on the 130 mark. It might be difficult for Sad Valkyrie to come back on this game, but we'll have to find out because there goes the next hard point that will be triggered in 5 seconds, and who will be able to take that hill?
Will Sad Valkyrie be able to stop the flow state that AīM GENESIS is at? Because you can see the score streaks are already out, but it's a good thing for them that the operator skills are already being used up in that last hard point. So it's going to be a different story here. Sad Valkyrie already utilizing everything to their name so far. Solid hold here, being contested though. 68 and 129, still very doable, but at this point they're actually kind of losing their gunfights already very early on, but hopefully they don't really get to lose that much hope. But with 131 and 71, with 30 seconds left on the clock, it's still very doable, but AīM GENESIS definitely has the upper hand.
I mean, the way they rotated right now, it's good for Sad Valkyrie. Unfortunately, AīM GENESIS is just clearing up this hard point, not really give them the chance to catch up on the points. Yes, the few seconds with the 10 seconds remaining will be given to Sad Valkyrie, but the moment that they rotate once again onto the warehouse, it is being cleared right now by AīM GENESIS, and I think they will be able to end this at that point on that hard point.
Man, just Neko won a really big gunfight over here in P2. There was one person coming in from Sad Valkyrie, but unfortunately she wasn't able to win that. That could have been the difference for them getting that P2, but still heavily contested by both of these teams. Really big kills from Sad Pixie here so far, but then Neko needs to be stopped. There needs to be some sort of communication that Neko's still up there getting a lot of these kills here so far. So 149, 150, that is not going to be possible for Sad Valkyrie to open things up with a W, but 84, that is not bad. You know what? The one thing that I'm actually getting to see here is that we saw a really good play for Sad Valkyrie. That was definitely a different team that we saw from day number 1 and 2, and that's what we like to see. But we are going to be giving credit where credit is due. AīM GENESIS is absolutely crazy, especially going in from that bakery, winning all those gunfights, getting into the flow state. But yes, that was such an amazing effort here by these girls.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. From the first half of that match, I am expecting that Sad Valkyrie might be able to catch up. But the moment that all those kills, all those score streaks and operator skills has been used, it just went in on the side of AīM GENESIS. I will look into the post-game breakdown wherein it is Isa for the side of AīM GENESIS, taking the MVP 25, 12, and 14 and KDA and a score of 3,000. Well, it's not really too far from Nekol because we pointed out how well Nekol has been dominating and taking those positions. As you can see, almost 2 minutes on the time spent on a hard point. Great job. On the other side, we have Echo in there, 17, 16, and 6 as the MVP of Sad Valkyrie and 2,900 on the score.
And it's not a far game here. You can see that I'm gonna keep saying it. Sad Valkyrie did a really good job with their rotations. It was absolutely perfect. The only part where they actually kind of faltered was their individual gunfights. We saw AIM absolutely pop off at the later half of the game once Bakery was actually went in there, and honestly it was like really, really good for them. They won a lot of those, and even though the rotation was early for Sad Valkyrie, they just lost all of those gunfights, and it's usually like a lot of fragging out here. But you know what, let's take a look at what's gonna happen with what we have our results here so far in our standoff. 84 and 150. Again, not a very bad score. Sad Valkyrie did so well. They just need to do better in terms of like the individual gunfights, like we keep saying, because AIM GENESIS is just a little bit more mechanically gifted when it comes to their individual players. But honestly, with that, Search and Destroy is going to be absolutely different, because with Sad Valkyrie having a lot of those plays here so far, this is a really good reset here, Neptune.
Definitely. I mean, going in from respawn to non-respawn, Search and Destroy would be a great way for them to breathe a little bit differently compared to what they have on the previous map. But that needs to be said. I mean, that needs to be seen. We'll have to find out how well these scenes. But still, like what you mentioned, Beef Mami, the way Sad Valkyrie went into the gunfights, onto those battles, it's really impressive that they were able to hold those hard points and take those scores. But yeah, they need to improve on those individual gunfights and clearing out a hard point probably on the next match they'll going into on a hard point. But as we start Search and Destroy, this is where it shows who will take another point in this match. Will it be Sad Valkyrie's time, or will it be another point being taken by AIM GENESIS?
Now, Sad Valkyrie has the monumental job to take out a very strong team here in Search and Destroy. Again, a very interesting split, 3-2 split here, very aggressive push going into Alpha right now. AIM GENESIS obviously has the bomb, and the bomb holder is definitely going to be Sad Cherry. So, absolutely, actually, Valkyrie is the one that has the bomb, but then Ella absolutely just stops Chair, and that's going to be very, very impressive to see.
And there you go, 2 frags already, or 2 has been taken down already from the side of AIM GENESIS. And here comes that Pixie going in for the dance, but will be taken down. It's now a 1v3 battle. AIM GENESIS will be represented by Nekol right here. Will this be a clutch from them, or will she be taken down? And there you go, Mai just taking it out on this fight. I think they're a little bit mad this time. It is now the Mad Valkyrie here that we're seeing taking 1 point on Search and Destroy.
So that's what happens when you go into aggressively AIM GENESIS going into the site. And now they actually weren't able to go and pick up the bomb. The bomb's still down. They're not. I feel like it's some sort of like miscommunication on their end, and Nekol wasn't able to go and get the bomb. So they're really doing a really good job here. Sad Valkyrie absolutely just winning a lot of these gunfights. Sad Pixie with a very opening first pick. So that's going to be very important. But then Isa takes another kill of her own and evening things out. So a very great stuff from Sad Valkyrie right now. I really like to see it. But as Isa really just goes in there for the backstab, that is going to be very important for them. But then Sad Pixie yet again. It's basically the Sad Pixie game right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sad Pixie is really showing us what they have, but we have AIM GENESIS who's already moving in onto the A side. The rotation of Sad Valkyrie right now might be able to hold this number 2. And there you go. Isa has been taken down. Sad Pixie really taking those frags. And with the 2 members right here just waiting on Alpha, if they rotate, it might be the end of them, because Sad Pixie will be able to relay the information and the rest of the teams will just rush in onto Bravo. As we can see, the pinch might be made in here. And there goes Echo taking down Ella. It is now 1 more member. Flacco is the only one. Once again on a 1v3. Will this be a clutch, or will this be another point being taken by Sad Valkyrie? Here comes Flacco just pulling out the katana, and there goes the side of Echo will be taken down. It's a 1v2. She knows Flacco is going in, and Pixie will just backstab her just like that.
Flacco just falling into the trap right now. Sad Valkyrie should have just went in for the rotation into Bravo. She had enough time to do so. Sad Valkyrie doing such an amazing job at opening things up at a 2-0. Their composure is just something that we saw from that hard point. And yes, they lost a lot of those gunfights, but still really important stuff there. But then a full 5-0 push going into Bravo, but it's a good thing that they have two people stacked. Bien having a very nice pick.
And right now with that KRM, Flacco with that head, using that MX9, and the plan is on. Now, the tables might have been turned, but there's still hope for Sad Valkyrie right here. Sad Pixie's just doing their job, just waiting for anyone to pop up. And here goes Nickel being hit. But still, Flacco takes down Pixie. And Nickel right now just holding the fort. It's now Chair, the only one remaining, a little bit too far from the rest of the teams. It's a 1v5. It might be difficult, and the bomb will add a little bit more of pressure. But will this work for the side of Sad Valkyrie, or will this be a point? And there you go. AīM GENESIS taking 1 point against this team.
I'm pretty sure Flacco had, like, at the very least 3 kills in that game. Oh my goodness, 5 already for her. She's been absolutely crazy. Same as Sad Pixie as well. But we need to see one more player actually going to do a good job. Chair is having a hard time at those opening picks. A very aggressive push going into Alpha yet again. We can see here only 2 people are going to be here. Sad Chair is going to be the only person left here, especially going up through that smoke, denying that viewpoint that she really needs to see. But Nickel having a really important kill. Sad Pixie, the top fragger for Sad Valkyrie, is going to be out of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the loss of Sad Pixie is really big for the side of Sad Valkyrie. But there goes Isa being shot at by Mai. And there goes Chair getting that first frag in this game. But will be taken down by Nickel from the side. It's a 2v2 situation. But there goes Mai taking down Flacco. And Nickel just running around, going in, being pinched. No! Nickel taking down Echo. A 1v1 with the timer on. It will be difficult. Hopefully, we'll see who will take it away. And there goes Mai for a few seconds. No! It will be the point going into AīM GENESIS.
No, it's not enough time. That hurt me. That really hurts. Oh no. Chair had the monumental job to actually take down one. And at that moment, I thought Sad Valkyrie actually has that in the bag. But unfortunately, I think it was Echo that lost that gunfight where the back was turned and the complete 360, 180 that we saw there from Nickel. But then here we go. Very interesting stuff here. Flacco with the opener. Neptune, this is going to be absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, once AīM GENESIS go on a 5-man push, 5 ladies push, to be exact, they will be unstoppable. They've done it earlier already. They know it's working, so they're doing it once again. But Chair was able to take down Bien with that sniper. It's now a 3v3. Will it still be the side of AīM GENESIS? But there goes the kill. Nickel taking down Sad Pixie in there as well. It's a 2v2, but the dance is on. Nickel is really on fire in this one, but Chair will go for that snipe. But who will take this fight? Nickel, this is a Sad Chair and Flacco going toe-to-toe. And Flacco is just waiting for the chance. Chair going in for the slide. Who will go
Run!
that fuse? 5 seconds is enough time, and they will be taking the point in this game.
Let's go, Chair. Come on, Chair. Sit down. That was a great response, a 2v1 situation that she should not have won, but she did because she's just that good. And finally, we get to see a player shine. And even though Pixie went down early on, it doesn't really matter. That really aggressive push going to Bravo didn't really work out for them, but then it's not going to be the same here. Ella with a really great snipe. Again, that Pixie goes down very early.
OMG. I mean, Mad Valkyrie are here right now, taking those clutches, taking those kills. But we'll have to find out if it will be the same on this match. So far, it is this is the game we're in. It has switched already. It is Sad Valkyrie who's on the attacker, and defender will be AīM GENESIS. And well, I think Sad Valkyrie is just waiting for their chance. But Ella is really on fire, taking down Cheer in that snipe. And a 3v5 might be difficult to beat. And there goes a hit. Iza right there, just not making a care against Cherry, and Echo will be taken down as well. A 1v4 situation. There goes my hit by Nickel. And when we thought that Sad Valkyrie has turned it around, AīM GENESIS just tied it off.
And yeah, just like that, they're just head-to-head right now. So a very great start here in the competition so far. Sad Valkyrie looking like a completely different team, and now that they have the bomb, they get to dictate what the pace is going to be in this matchup. Very passively, they're just going to be waiting here. It's a good thing we see a 2-1-2 split inside of AīM GENESIS. We're seeing a very close game here so far, and that's what I like to see. It's really all up to Ella, the sniper, to actually go and make a difference, but no, it's AīM that actually gets rid of Sad Chair. So, you know what, Neptune? It's still very doable for Sad Valkyrie to actually go in for a play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they might have lost Chair right there, but there's still Pixie as well as the rest of the teams who might be able to come up with a play to turn this around. But Iza is just holding Alpha right now, and hesitant to go in is Sad Valkyrie, making their way, slowly moving into the Bravo. The split of AīM GENESIS, on the other hand, is a little bit too strong, getting most of the information as they are spread out. But Cherry right now is taking the lead on this fight, and might see one, and there goes Nickel taking down Sad Mai, but Cherry was able to take down Flacco. Bien on the other side taking down Pixie, and a 2v4 is on Bien with a KRM, followed by Nickel. Another point will be taken by AīM GENESIS. I think AīM GENESIS is really aiming for the win in this match.
Bien absolutely being nutty with the KRM, sticky shots here, but then you can see here, Ella looking up to the skies, really just wondering where everyone is, but Chair needs to win those gunfights. And so far, the early rotation going into Alpha is going to be absolutely key. Trailer control, 3 players going inside there already. Sad Pixie getting a lot of those kills. That is very impressive here so far, and now the bomb is going to be going down, but I feel like the plant might be on. A 4v3 situation into the favor of Sad Valkyrie, so they need to do a lot, but Chair spots one, gets a lot of these shots, but then Nickel doesn't actually do a lot of that damage, but makes her presence known.
Yeah, Nickel right now might be pinched by 2, and there goes Nickel being taken down by Mai. It's a good backup system for the side of Sad Valkyrie. A 2v4 situation in the bomb, giving pressure for the side of AīM GENESIS. And there goes Bien once again with a double kill with a KRM. And Ella right now just making those shots and taking down Chair. A 1v2, and the defusal is on. A good clutch for the side of AīM GENESIS. This is really heated as we go into the match point for their side.
AīM GENESIS should not have won that round, but we already know time and time again to not underestimate this team, and basically gave what Sad Valkyrie gave them a while ago. And that turnaround really is going to be important. And so far, we've seen very aggressive plays from this team, and Sad Valkyrie needs to go and basically have a different play here so far. Sad Chair having 6 is going to be very important, and you can see here, again, a very passive play, but they need to go and play for picks at this moment. But then you see here, we finally get Ella have that opening pick, and now that is going to be very difficult for Sad Valkyrie with Chair being gone from the situation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have Ella, who's really on fire on his sniper, just initiating all those gunfights on this match. Now we'll have to find out how well will Sad Valkyrie rotate in this game, and also the split of AīM GENESIS. And there goes Bien. Oh, hit mark will be done, but Bien was able to take down Cherry, but Echo taking down Bien. Here comes Iza going for the spray. The 2v4 situation will be in favor of AīM GENESIS, and Iza will be backstabbed by Pixie as well as Nickel. A good double for the side of Sad Valkyrie. Mai right now might be lost, a little bit too lost, turning her back onto the enemy, but Flacco will be going against Sad Pixie. The 1v1 is on, and who will take this win? Will it be Sad Valkyrie, or will this be the point that makes the win for AīM GENESIS? We'll just have to find out further who will make the first move and who will go down first. Mai right now is just moving along a little bit too far from this battle. 19 seconds remaining onto the clock. Will they be able to make this move and probably take this win? And there it goes with only a few seconds remaining. The grenade is on the blast. Ooh, taking them down. Ella with a smart move with the grenade. And as well as the refusal, it is AīM GENESIS taking this next point.
I can't take this anymore. That was so good. Perfectly cooked nade. The timing was absolutely amazing. You can see here from the smiles of these girls, that god nade. Ella, we need to talk. I know. You can see that smile on her face. She timed that to perfection. Yes, the bomb was planted, but that last minute, a last second decision to throw that bomb, it's a good thing she actually saved that for the very end, because she honestly, she probably would have lost that round if not for that god nade. What the heck was that? That was absolutely cracked.
I mean, it's just the timing itself. We were waiting for the chance for the plant because it's the only move that said Valkyrie can do at that point. And I guess Ella knows that move as well. And with that well-cooked grenade, there's no chance that they will be able to leave that behind for the highlights. But as we look into the post-game breakdown, it's a Klasiko taking the MVP in this game with 8 kills and 4 plants. On the other side, 9 kills coming from Sad Pixie. Not bad for the team, but a little bit more on to the gunfights as well as the tactics. But still, a good game for these teams as we move along on the matches.
I still can't get over. I still can't get over the freaking god nade. I just can't. I mean, I feel like I was kind of like worried if it was going to be a little bit undercooked with that nade, but it was just absolutely just perfect after the plant. You already see here closing out probably one of the best search and destroy plays that we've seen here so far, that I've seen in a while. Ella with a god nade really just closes things out with a 3 and 6. And we know that Sad Valkyrie can really go and perform, but it's just, it gets stopped every single time because they have such amazing plays, but then they just really can't keep up with the greatness that is AīM GENESIS. So 84 and 150, 3 and 6, those aren't bad numbers. But this is where it's going to be absolutely key here, Neptune. Hackney or domination. This is going to be very hard because we know that this map needs to be very key, especially in terms of like those mechanical skills, just because of how close everything is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the target here is to go to Alpha and Bravo. Just take those 2 points and you'll be able to take this win. But it still depends on how well they'll be able to make those frags, those engagement on this battle and the rotations as well. Now, whoever goes in on Charlie, well, if they know how to rotate and clear off Alpha early on to the matches, then they might be able to take the first half, and with the operator skills as well as the score streaks already ready for the second half, then that might be a win. But still, it has to be seen and it has to be known what or who will be taking this win. Will this be a 3-0 or will this be finally a point being taken by Sad Valkyrie?
Okay, now that's very interesting. We can see here, AīM actually chooses to be on the C side early game, so maybe they're just that confident they can go in for the infiltration early on, but then there you go. That's the reason why they're confident. We see a very early pick here coming in from Klasiko. Yet again, shotgun's not going to be very important for her here. She has the MX-9, very good job, and she's just holding down the scaffolding, which is going to be very key. She sees one player. Very great stuff here so far from AīM GENESIS.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just getting those power positions and probably just block up anyone who's trying to go for the Bravo. I mean, Bravo is there for the bait. Yes, slowly stepping in, just making sure that everything is clear before they go in for that capture. But Alpha and Bravo right now is still onto the side. And this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about, Beef Mami. they are attempting to go for an alpha capture first before securing the Bravo. And with this turnaround being done by AīM GENESIS, they might be able to go at alpha and Bravo and take the win early on. We know that they can handle the close battle engagement. We know that they can handle the 1v1s on this fight. And there you go! With only a few minutes into the game, we already are seeing a triple cap. But here comes Sad Valkyrie trying to take back alpha. And that goes for a good play for Sad Valkyrie, because holding back on that alpha might be the best chance that they have to take this win.
Sad Valkyrie did such a great job at capturing A and B, but then only one player did so much damage in Alpha, and that was Bien. Killing 3 people, solo capping A. That is just absolutely nuts. That could have been Sad Valkyrie's game to win, but no, unfortunately, they just had too much of a hard time, and we already see a really great setup from the side of AīM GENESIS going down here. 1 sentry gun doing a lot of damage here already.
Yeah, I mean, kills after kills after kills. AīM GENESIS really is making those frags and clearing up those points. And though they don't have Alpha just yet, I mean, they're just holding on to Bravo and Charlie. They might have been thinking they will have that chance on the next half. And as they go along on this series, trying to go in for 75, they might be able to get a hold or stay with this Bravo Charlie push. And Sad Pixie right now just clearing up the area, waiting for the chance to capture Bravo, but everyone is just rushing in onto this compound. But Pixie is still in there. Isa will be taken down, and there you go. We have an AB capture for the side of Sad Valkyrie. Will they be able to hold on to this, or will it be let go once again?
Finally, a really good push from Sad Valkyrie, winning all of those gunfights here so far. It's not going to be a very far game for them, but then the push coming in from AīM, that's going to be very, very hard to actually go and stop. Oh, they actually go in there, finally losing their gunfights. Ella goes down as well. Cherry and Lancer is going to be able to go in there for the denial. That is a really important part here, but then just like that, it quickly turns around for the favor of AīM GENESIS yet again, 71 and 52, and we are going to be closing out match number 1. The first half that we actually have here, but then the second half is definitely going to be up in our mids. 54 and 75 is not going to be a very bad score for Sad Valkyrie, but we've seen it already in the beginning that they do well, but then at the very end they just let go. And now that they're actually starting off at the weaker side, now that's going to be very hard to actually go and catch up. They need to put their sights on in Alpha, but I feel like that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are having their sights on Alpha. They just left Charlie behind. Alpha will be captured by AīM GENESIS, but Bravo will be attempted to be captured early on. But here we go. Flacco is just rushing in, just clearing up, going in for that spawn trap. And Bravo is already cleared. A chance for 2 members to go in and go for the AB capture. And Charlie is still not being taken by Sad Valkyrie. I mean, I think they were a little bit too confident in going for the AB capture once again, and they just left out in getting that seat.
I've seen this before, Neptune. It doesn't end well when you don't capture Charlie here in Acne Yard. As much as, yes, you'd want to have like a really great push going into Bravo, if you leave C, might as well go to Alpha. Don't go to Bravo, because you're going to lose all of those gunfights. Because you can see the journey going from A to B is going to be very, very short. And if you don't have a home flag, then you're not going to be getting a lot of those points. You could have just left one person there to solo cap that, but we can see a very great rotation. 3-woman push going into Alpha, but it's going to be Ella to try to go and stop that.
Ooh, and there you go, the successful push going in by being done by Sad Valkyrie right here. Now, Alpha and Charlie is already captured, but talking about that miss for the side of Sad Valkyrie, it will sort of look like a triple cap already when you just leave 1 point open. But there you go, a triple cap being taken by Sad Valkyrie, and Alpha will be taken back. But Isa is the only one in there, and still the point is pouring in on their side. Bien for the backstab, but Cherry will release those missiles, and they are still pouring in the scores for their end. Alpha, a little bit too close on their end, but B will be cleared out. A and B is still on the side of Sad Valkyrie. Now, still a good play. They have a miss in the earlier part of this game, but they have a chance to catch up.
Yes, let's go Sad Cherry with an important kill that could have been the end of Sad Valkyrie to have no points at all. 109 and 9. Oh, that's going to be very, very close. 96 points. There's only so much left into the mix. We have here a very great hold from Sad Valkyrie, doing a really good job at sending 3 girls over in an alpha. And we see here AīM GENESIS not giving away too much of the defense here. It's a really good thing that we see finally Sad Valkyrie doing such a great job. Sad Echo getting 3 with a Predator missile. That is absolutely huge.
I mean, getting the good position plus the operating skill is working for Sad Valkyrie at this point. They're really catching up on the scores. It is now a 6-point lead, a 5-point lead already, and slowly moving in. But unfortunately, Charlie will be captured by AīM GENESIS, and it will be going into the favor once again. But it's a little bit too close for comfort for this team. Vian with the equalizer, just equalizing everything in play, and there goes the hit. But here comes Sad Valkyrie trying to take back Bravo in this match. Is there enough time? Because we're getting closer to 130 mark, but the scores is a little bit too close to each other. The moment that they get that Bravo, it might still be their side. Sad Valkyrie might take this win, but it will be very, very close.
Yet again with a solo hold, but then doesn't really quite get to have B really far away. They need to get top L control just to be able to be sure to get a lot of the control here in Bravo, but then so far Bien, 27 to her name, gets 2 more, 28. Bien is just absolutely crazy crack here, and she's just being a little bit aggressive, but that always goes into her favor. 1 more kill for her, but doesn't really quite get it. Sad Cherry definitely going to be a very important matchup. 140 to 141, it's going to be very close, but South Valkyrie can definitely go in with this. This is what they needed, the real momentum that they had here so far, and it's all up to Issa to actually go and make a difference, but no, it doesn't quite get it. 147 and 146, 148 and 146, and it's Sad Valkyrie all across the board with an amazing turnaround here for our second half of domination, and they finally get 1 point to their name. Now this is what we like to see. Sad Valkyrie finally getting a point here, and that is probably one of the most important wins that they have here, just to boost that confidence, just because they did so well in Hardpoint, didn't win all the gunfights. Search and Destroy, we had bright spots, but then unfortunately for them, AīM GENESIS was a little bit too much. But domination, this, I'm speechless. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the teams right now. They're not sad anymore. They're just Valkyries right here, battling it on. I mean, getting those 1 point, a good motivation for the team, a good momentum for them. Yes, they might have lost. They might have a few misses, but they were able to correct it and catch up on the last part. Again, despite of the 2-1 score in this game, I think this is one of the best matches on domination that we've seen so far on this Valkyrie series. Chair making a move, making her name up top, the MVP on that domination match, and I can't say anything else about this team. We were trying to cheer them up. They're trying to up them on these matches, but for the first 2 matches, I mean, it was disappointing that they didn't get a 2-1 on these games. But the domination match, showing up how they come back after a few misses on their part, this is a team that we need to look out moving forward.
Definitely. And Sad Valkyrie definitely did such a great job of taking a look at the results that we have here today from an explosive game number 1. You see here, standoff, obviously AīM GENESIS did have the upper hand, 150 and 84, but definitely Sad Valkyrie gave a really good fight. But then firing range really just kind of changed the momentum into more of the favor of AīM GENESIS, especially with that God nade from Ella. This matchup, Neptune, there's so much highlights here, okay? It's absolutely crazy to see the gameplays that these girls really just come to offer. But Hackneyard domination, 147 and 150, probably one of the closest games that we've had here in the competition so far, and with Sad Valkyrie leading the points. that is just something that I'm really happy to see. And even though that for AīM GENESIS, Bien did such a great job all by herself and really just solo capping C, solo capping B at some point as well, it really just goes to show that not just one player can just do a really good job here. It needs to be everyone. And Sad Valkyrie just showed everyone that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the rotations that they've done, I still can't get my mind off that C. Them letting go of that Charlie. We are doubting them on that move, but I mean, the play that they did in the latter part of this match, it's really surprising. I mean, that's one thing that everyone can do, should do. The moment it hit the one, I'm looking at the 130 mark as a trigger wherein there's no coming back. But they went in there, going past the 130 mark, being able to catch up, going for a triple cap, a double cap as well, and taking the win with only 3 points. And that's surprising for these for the teams that when we thought, I mean, I think the moral of this game, the moral of the story here is don't doubt the teams who are playing, because they can easily turn it around just like this, what Sad Valkyrie did. But still, congratulations to AīM GENESIS for getting that 2 points. Now, in a bit, Beef Mammy, we're going to see the highlights, and hopefully those two moments that we've seen earlier will be part of the highlights.
And I just really am excited to see the highlights yet again, because this is what we're saying, that Sad Valkyrie did a really good job at hardpoint actually in the first half. You can see here, they're basically head-to-head, P1 and P2, and the contention in P2 for the side of Valkyrie was really, really good, and a really stellar performance, but everything just kind of dropped out into the rotation going into Bakery. They had really great rotations, but unfortunately for them, they just lost their gunfights, and that was basically it. It snowballed from there, from Bakery getting a lot of these points. AīM GENESIS did such a great job, and they basically just spearheaded after that first half of the game, and they really did a great job, an amazing job, and they had that flow state that we like to actually go and say after their win here in Bakery, like we see here. And at the moment, I actually thought that they wouldn't have a lot of like utilities going into that first half, but it doesn't really matter. They don't need the operator skills and score streaks to actually go and get a lot of points in P1.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the things that has been seen so far for the side of Sad Valkyrie is they just lined up, especially on those respawn maps, especially in hardpoint, they just lined up for the kill in there. Now, going back to Search and Destroy, this is where we've seen Sad Valkyrie just pop off at the start of the game. Now, points are just going back and forth, and great game for these ladies right here going in Search and Destroy. Now, like what you mentioned, there's a little bit of difficulty in closing a match, closing a series in between these between for the side of Sad Valkyrie. So I think they need to work on that. If you're on one side, try to make a play that would stick and make your position, whether you're attacker or defender, capitalize on that position and the plays that you'll be making from there. Because so far the rotations as well as the entries of the teams, especially on the latter part of this game on Search and Destroy, is a little bit lacking. It's a little bit spread out and not really too tactical.
Yeah, because there were moments where Sad Valkyrie had the upper hand of having more players to their team, but unfortunately they just really lost their gunfights. And it really came down to really going in there, being in the site, because there was the one moment, I think there was like round number 7 or 8, where there were 2 players actually going in there. Here we go, it's a god nade. Oh! Ella with a god nade, and that was just so exciting for me to see. And that was probably one of the best plays that I've seen here so far. And Ella, if you're watching this right now, you know, from the future, put that in your highlights, real girl, because that is absolutely special. The MVP for me in that certain moment in Search and Destroy. But speaking of MVP, this is just absolutely crazy. Chair did an absolutely phenomenal job here into that Hackney Yard domination because of how well they played. And even though, yes, the first half wasn't really in their favor, and I feel like the curse here in Hackney Yard, you need to spawn off of Charlie into the second half to be able to win this, because we saw that, yes, they had the stronger side in A in the first half, but they weren't able to really just hold that. Bien being such an amazing job here, really just solo capping everything down, winning those gunfights. But unfortunately for her, it didn't really work out at the very end.
Yeah, definitely. On the latter part of this match, I think it will be seen later on. Vienna has a lot of kills with the KRM. If I'm not mistaken, like five or 6 kills just by herself, going back and forth in that small room on the Bravo, but no backup is coming. I think the rest of the teams are going in for the rotation before trying to take Bravo out, or trying to take Bravo to their favor, wherein Bien was just doing a lot of frags, but still no one stepping onto the plate. So that's one thing that they can do better in these matches. But still, kudos to Sad Valkyrie. Despite of how low they are on the scores going in onto the second half of this match, they were able to turn around, get that triple cap, as well as leaving the I still like to point out that leaving out the Charlie is really not a good play. But for this, Sad Valkyrie did a great job in taking the win in this match.
What a phenomenal job for Sad Valkyrie to actually go and take a map off, and I really want to see that. But then the MVP that we have for today definitely is going to be Flacco, really just having a phenomenal run going into Search and Destroy, just because of how many plants she actually got. Not only that, she also had a lot of kills as well. You can see here average kills of 17, and look at the score, 2,633. She's basically like leveling up every single day, and that's what we like to see here. Not only that, she knows how to play her objective, even if she's an actual really good slayer. Really great effort here from Flacco, and obviously she's such a key player here so far. So I'm really impressed with what happened here in our first game. So Neptune, I'm awake, I'm kicking, and you can see here Flacco with her amazing loadout that if you want to see it, go copy it, go take a screenshot, ladies, and maybe you'll be as good as Flacco.
Yeah, I mean, the MX9 really a good weapon to use. With a loadout like this, you'll be able to slay all those enemies, regardless of whether it's Search and Destroy or the respawn maps like Hardpoint and Domination. With the MX9, it's really a good weapon on a close range as well as a mid-range battle. Now, as we look into this loadout, the FHJ is also important for these teams, because there are like as you can see on the score streaks, there are a few score streaks like the sentry gun that you need to take out, especially on hard point matches that sentry guns are used to hold off a point, especially when it has been cleared out of their members. So use this loadout as well as the perks. As you can see, those are important as well. And well, Equalizer is mostly used, especially as to replace the Death Machine. So I think this is a replacement to the Death Machine if it gets banned. But if you ask me, I think the Death Machine will be really deadly on the respawn maps.
Oh, definitely. But then she was able to use the Equalizer really, really well. And you can see the perks here as well. I mean, obviously, if you're going to be that Slayer, Quick Fix is going to be something that you want to get those health up. And obviously, Dead Silence is a no-brainer that we really like to see. So, I mean, we keep saying that, yes, just take a picture, take a screenshot of this if you really want to have that loadout for the MX9, and we already know that the MX9 is absolutely just cracked in the season here so far. But then I like to see that there are other guns in the mix that we haven't really seen. I mean, obviously Holger is going to be one. KRM is actually something like Garena. We like to use shotguns. We're basically known as the shotgun haven in the Call of Duty mobile scene. So I like to see that these girls really mix it up. And exactly. And you can see here, oh, by the way, don't forget, you can see down below the best Valkyrie. Comment who your favorite player is. Obviously, Flacco is going to be one of those players that absolutely just shine. But honestly, for me, I think it's going to be hashtag Bien. That is maybe going to be taking the cake just because of how well she's been doing here so far with the KRM. And you know what? Don't forget to comment down below. But just like that, we're done with our first matchup. Obviously, there's going to be 3 more to go. But then we'll be right back after a really quick break. Stay in your seat, get some food because it's going to be really great.
a game. Before dawn. Make your choice.
Welcome back to the Valkyrie series group stages. Once again, we are your casters. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Beef Mami. We're in earlier. We've seen the first match between Sad Valkyrie and AīM GENESIS, wherein AīM GENESIS was able to get the first win, or the first 2-1 win in this match. Now let's see the tournament schedule as we look on here. But Beef Mami, just to get your thoughts in here. What are you expecting on the next match of Lugiami and LIthara Artemis?
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna be real. Lugiami did such an amazing job at day number 2, and obviously with their first day performance, they did go up against Tyrant LXIX, basically their rival in this team. So in this particular matchup, so they had that 0-3 in the beginning, but then they did give the 3-0 in day number 2, and I feel like it's going to be the same case here for Lugiami versus Artemis, because Artemis, they actually went up against the Hyenas and they lost that as well. So this is definitely like a bigger fish to really go and compete against. But yeah, Lugiami definitely has this in the bag with the 3-0, but like what we saw in our first game, Sad Valkyrie had that 1-2 against AīM GENESIS, so it's very possible for them to get a map off of Lugiami as well.
Yeah, and let's check out the lineup Lugiami. And like when you mentioned, yeah, it might be a chance for LIthara Artemis to be able to get the points up, the motivation that they got from the battle of Sad Artemis. Sad Valkyrie going against AīM GENESIS right there. But here we go. We have Lugiami lineup. We have Bloom, Keiki, LMOJ, Lexi, NX, and Sabella right here, ready for the battle.
Now this is a very scary lineup because of what I see here. NX obviously doing an amazing job at being a slammer, and also like LMOJ as well. Honestly, these girls have been so great and they're ready here so far. And obviously Elmo here with her very lucky ducky that she actually brought out, and every single time maybe that brings her luck. And honestly, you know what guys, let me let you in on a secret. LMOJ is actually the duck. He's the one that's playing. Okay.
LMOJ is the duck, and then like the girl standing behind her is just holding the phone for her for now. So just
yeah, exactly.
We're just kidding aside. I mean, LMOJ is a good he's a good player. I mean, familiar name on the series, especially on the Valkyrie series, and I'm expecting a lot more for these teams, especially from LMOJ. But we'll have to find out how well they are with this fight as we go in onto the team that they will be battling on.
And yeah, the battle is definitely going to be on a CC here. LIthara Artemis with Anna, 1010, Bling Bling, Castella, Yayuki, Chiwa, and Rogue. So these ladies need to pick it up in the points, okay? So it's basically like the same situation that we saw earlier, and Sad Valkyrie having obviously 0 before this day, but it's it seems like the day where the underdogs really just come to slay. So I really want Artemis to just study. They did have enough time to go in there and check out their performance in day number 1 and 2, and hopefully it's going to be a very different situation right now because of how well these girls actually can perform. Rogue obviously going to be with that girl that can actually go and make a difference for her team, so they need to play around her. Like we keep saying, this person, if she actually goes and pops off, then maybe her team can actually go and rise from the ashes, from that 0 points that they have here so far, and maybe even get 1 win, maybe even 2. But obviously it's not going to be very easy because Lugiami has been such an amazing presence here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing, if Rogue goes rogue, then everyone needs to have her back. But let's see the head-to-head MVP between these two teams, because so far we have seen a lot of performance for the team. And there you go, we have Rogue right here going against NX, and 2 members from each team that we keep saying are performing. But as we look, we have an average kill of 6, an average death of 12.67, 2.33, and 900 on the side of Rogue, and NX on the other side, 17.33, 9.67, 4.67, and more than 2,800. A lot. I mean, a huge gap in terms of the stats. But I think it might be turned around after this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, let's be real, the points are very different. The contrast is stark, 6 and 17. NX has been an absolute top fragger for her team for every single game mode and every single map that she plays on. 2,825 points to her name, and taking a look at the left side, it's 902. So Rogue has the instrumental, monumental job to perform here. She is the best player for her team, and for her being the best with 6 kills, that says a lot of your team. So that obviously, let's not be a little bit of a downer here, because obviously the tides have changed in day number 3. It seems like the teams that have struggled in day number 1 and 2 can definitely go and change, and I feel like today it could be the case as well for LIthara Artemis to actually go in and perform.
Yeah, definitely. It might not be Rogue next time on MVP. It might be a different team or a different player from their team, because so far a lot of chances for these teams to study and find out all their misses from previous matches, and this is their chance to go in for the fight. Now let's see as to which maps and which maps are they going to play as we go on to the map and mode. And this time it is LIthara Artemis who won the coin toss, or what did I say? Coin toss?
The coin toss. Here we go again.
The coin toss.
Neptune with his language. Honestly, guys and girls, you know what? Every time Neptune and I cast, I always find something very different every single time. The first time it was actually, I kind of forgot what it was, but you know what, let's forget about it so I won't get to remind you. Strategy, yes. The strategic strategy, and now it's going to be that coin toss. But it's a really good thing that LIthara Artemis actually go and win this coin toss, just because of how well they actually go and need this. We saw a while ago that sad Valkyrie won that coin toss. You know what? I'm gonna start using that now, Neptune. Thanks. You know what? Okay. So it's a really good thing that we see here so far. A great start for LIthara Artemis to win this, and obviously they have the upper hand. But with a team like Lugiami, let's see what is gonna happen. The map that's going to be banned here, I'm expecting it to be probably Takeoff and possibly Hackney Yard. Crossfire is something that Lugiami might want to go and play on. You know what? I take it back. It's Crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, if Lugiami wants to play on that, then LIthara Artemis will be banning that. So I think they read your mind at that point and just took out Crossfire from the picture. But let's see what will be the banned map for the side of Lugiami at this point. And well, it might be Hackney Yard or what? Standoff.
Interesting.
So classic maps being banned, and I'm expecting new maps in there on our lineup. Now let's see what would be the first map on Hardpoint on this game.
Ooh, Raid is going to be the name of the game in Hardpoint, and probably one of my most favorite maps to actually go and play Hardpoint on, just because of how well you can actually go in there. The rotations are going to be key. Now, this is a little bit of a wider map too as well, so the rotations need to be really crisp, or else you're going to be spawning off at the very other end of the map. So Raid Hardpoint is going to be very impressive as well. So obviously, it doesn't really matter where you actually go and spawn in here. It's a very balanced map, and really the control for top laundry is going to be very important for P1 and P2 as well. So whoever actually goes and gets a hold of that and wins the gunfights in top laundry is going to be winning those 2 points. And we already know for Hardpoint, it snowballs really easily. And if whoever gets a lot of those kills in P1 and P2 will already have their operator skills and also their score sheets ready going into Garage as well. So if you are losing that P1 and P2, you need to make sure to contest it and to win those gunfights, just to absolutely just destroy the chances of them getting that operation. But yeah, let's take a look at Search and Destroy Neptune. That's going to be really, really exciting to see.
Definitely, and there you go, Search and Destroy in Hackney Yard. With this small map, I don't think this will be a sniper playground anymore, but they can get the information for this team. Now, I think the rotations will be a lot different compared to the other maps that we've seen Search and Destroy being played, and it is LIthara Artemis who will be the attacker on the first half of this match, and we'll have to find out how well will they play in this game. Now, we've seen Raid, we've seen Hackney Yard, a lot of an orthodox, I would say an orthodox map being played on this match. Now, I'm really excited what to see on Domination right here, because it might be a different map, or probably an OG map that these teams are really practicing on, because looking at the maps that has been chosen, they are focusing on those that are not usually played in these matches.
Hackney Yard Search and Destroy definitely is going to be very nice, because Hackney Yard is probably one of the most perfect places to play Search and Destroy in. You probably wouldn't want to play here in Domination, but we already saw it. Hackney Yard seems to be like the map of the day. But moving on to Domination as well, Firing Range, a very classic map that we really love to see. And Domination here in this particular map is going to be very great, because triple caps always happen here because of how close all of these points are. Very important thing to actually go and note here. The power positions need to be early. You need to go into trailer. You need to go top 10, top wood. Even tower is going to be very important as well. So whoever goes to win all of those power positions definitely is going to be winning the first half. But like we keep seeing in the first game that we had here so far, is that anything can happen, because that second half is going to be absolutely essential.
Definitely. I mean, the open Bravo right here makes it very difficult. I really don't like playing in this map on Domination. We'll have to find out how well these teams will be playing. Now, let's look into the operator skills that will be banned by these teams. And like when I mentioned earlier, I'm looking into Annihilator, might be Sparrow on the next one, but I might be mistaken. There you go. Annihilator and Sparrow, the usual ban for operator skills.
And yeah, I'm not quite surprised that these operator skills are actually going to be banned. So again, really great stuff here, and I'm pretty excited to see what is going to happen in Hackney Yard Search and Destroy, because we keep seeing Hackney Yard here so far, and I'm not going to be surprised if we keep seeing it in the next few games as well. So we are starting things off in Raid Hardpoint. We keep saying top laundry control is going to be essential, especially once you do get that P1 in the bag, P2 in the bag, and once we see one certain team get a hold of that, they might even get enough of kills to actually go in there to get operator skills and score streaks as early as P2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always a power position. The top laundry is always a power position when it comes to respawn map, and the openness of this P1 right now. I mean, it might be a rotation, a back and forth on the points or the capture, but we'll have to find out. We are seeing frags after frags coming from LGM right now, and Lugiami right here is being taken down, actually slowly but surely. And here we go. Castella is making a move, just making this way on securing this hard point and not really showing up. But there goes Elmo J just clearing the area, and there goes a 3 kills from Elmo J, and will be taking back the hard point.
And there's a reason why she keeps slaying all the time top blocking control is something that Artemis actually kind of doesn't want to do it. And I'm pretty surprised that even though they went in there for the rotation and they did get a little bit of points there, it still didn't really work out in their favor. They keep going in through mid. That's not going to be a really good sign just because of how we can actually go and die here. And now the rotation coming very, very early on from Lugiami, going into that next hard point. That's going to be very good. No one from Artemis actually is rotating there. That basically just falls into the traps of Lugiami, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the course right now is already pouring on the side of Lugiami and going in onto the next onto the next hard point. They are still controlling it. LMOJ right now is on fire. A lot of frags already for their side, and the point is still moving on. And now, securing this area is not really that difficult because we only have 3 entries. But the moment that 1 or 2 was able to slip through your those doors, then it might be the end. And there you go. The gravity vortex gun has been let go, and I think that was 4 or 3 in there who was hit, but I will have to find out further.
LMOJ already bring out all the score streaks down in P2 plus an operator skill. This is what we keep saying. We need to see really good gunfights going in early for P1 because you will have that out in P2 already. Very solid hold, but the rotation needs to come in from the side of Artemis going into P3, but no, unfortunately for them, Bloom is already sitting very comfortably there, all by the Lamborghinis, but it's just very unfortunate to see just because the rotation is not coming through for the side of Artemis. They're basically being played right now from Lugiami. They're going in their trap.
I mean, they are being gate kept regardless of which hard point they're stepping in. But there goes Rogue. Oh, Rogue will be backstabbed or will be shot in there as soon as she went into the door. And Bloom is still in here. Bloom hasn't been taken out just yet, just on this corner. And she was the one first onto the point and still alive and kicking.
Alive and kicking is basically an understatement because she's absolutely slaying the competition here so far, and Artemis having a very hard time into actually stepping in here. This is why we keep saying that this is the money hill that you need to go into. If P1 and P2 don't work out, make sure you go in for the early rotation into P3, and we did not see that at all. 110 is the score here so far, and finally an early rotation coming into the side of Artemis going into basketball court, but that's still going to be very, very difficult as we see here. It's going to be very difficult as the score streaks and operator skills are already coming in from the side of Lugiami.
Yeah, with only a few points remaining for the side of Lugiami, I think they can back off a little bit and give a few points for LIthara Artemis, but I don't think they are here to make that happen because LMOJ right now is still making those frags, just clearing off anyone who's going across and going into the basketball court. And here comes Keiki right now with Death Machine, just holding off. I mean, gatekeeping everyone and also just slaying who's in that point. And the 120 mark has been reached, but still, it is Lugiami on the hard point and don't like to share the cake.
Nope, and that double golly is definitely going to be having a hard time here. They're really wanting to end. We're not even going to be reaching P5 here, folks. 139 and 19 is absolutely display of dominance here from Lugiami and honestly, we weren't surprised that this was going to happen, especially going into that first hard point. 149, 119, that's going to be very difficult to actually go and beat. And finally, a very dominating start from Lugiami, having such a huge margin for them. And they're just chilling at this point.
Yeah, I mean, chilling. As you can see, LMOJ right now, 3 members of the team is with LMOJ, and then Bloom is just flexing another member of the team. So yeah, those stuffed toys are members of the team as well. So please don't count them out. Lugiami taking their first win in this battle, and let's see how chill they are on that fight. Now let's go into the post-game breakdown and let's see who got the MVP, and it is LMOJ. No questions asked.
No questions asked, without a doubt, and she probably would have had a nuke if she probably didn't pull out. I feel like, yeah, that was in P2. She had like an 11 kill streak. And that was just unfortunate that she brought out that gravity vortex that honestly like caught timing at its finest when 3 members of the enemy team just go in there guns a-blazing. But it doesn't really matter for her. 30 and 4 is definitely going to be absolutely cracked. That is like quad positive on her name. And taking a look at the other side, Hayuki having the absolutely monumental job of trying to carry her team with those 6 kills. So this is what we like to see, and this is why it's important to see that head-to-head, because Rogue was supposed to be that MVP, and having that 5 kills, that's not going to be very impressive. Double, quadruple negative right here, especially Bling only having 3, as well as Chiwa. They need to step it up for Search and Destroy, because Lugiami in S&D is going to be absolutely formidable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the way they play right now might not be at its best, and they like to find out or see more. And let's go and look at the results. It's 19 and 150. It's a little, well, I wouldn't say little. It is too far for the scores. Hopefully, this will be a part wherein LIthara Artemis is just warming up and getting ready for Search and Destroy and domination, because we would like to see more of them in this battle. And Search and Destroy, like I mentioned, hopefully teams will be able to pop off on this match, but Lugiami really will not be backing off. They want to take the wins. They want to take the 3-0 at this point, and I think that's what they're aiming for.
That is going to be absolutely key for them to go and perform in Hackney Yard. Search and Destroy is going to be a different pace. You already know you can't go and respawn. So maybe they're not good at respawns. Maybe they can actually go and pick it up in Search and Destroy. Hackney Yard is definitely a really good map for S&D. Probably one of my favorites as well, because of how many spots that you can actually have. The verticality of this map is going to be absolutely key. Once we do see members from Artemis go and take those really amazing positions, especially going up on top, maybe they can actually go and take a pick slowly. They need to play passive. That's the only way they can actually go and win this. Play for picks, go for passive plays, and really go in for the rotations when it's key, because they might not win the gunfights if they go in aggressively against Lugiami, especially after that hardpoint performance. But here we go. Search and Destroy Hackney Yard. As we can see here, early in the bomb, Artemis is going to be having a hold of that. Hayuki, the bomb holder, needs to stay put, needs to be a little bit chill, and Chiwa is going to be that person to go in there for the information here. But there you go, Elmo J with a very big opener. Double kill already to her name.
And Elmo J is not stopping at all. Rogue right now is going in for the dance. The grenade are being thrown, and Rogue will be backing off. But LXIX might be going in for the push right there. And there goes KK for the hit against Rogue. And there you go. A quick 1-0. 5-man strong Lugiami taking the first point. And Beef Mommy, I mentioned earlier that this might not be a sniper playground, but you mentioned about the verticality, and that is a good place for snipers as well. So yeah, this is what the Beef mentioned about the verticality, as well as the rooftops in here will be a chance for them. But there goes Chiwa going in for the kill, and it is really going quick here, Beef.
Strong start right now for LIthara. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so hard for Lugiami to actually go and win that 2 versus 4. Artemis doing such a great job. Bloom does that hit marker, but Rogue, again, another hit marker. Rogue seems to be like she's not utilizing the fact that she keeps missing, but finally Katana's the way out of Bloom. Now, there you go. Very great start. 1v4 situation, and NX needs to find the monumental job do a 1v4 situation, as the bomb is going to be going down 42 seconds after the clock. Chiwa goes down. 3 girls left here in the mix. It's going to be very hard as well, just because of how well they've been placed. And just like that, Bling Bling ends NX, and we are seeing a 1-1. So that's good. Artemis is finally winning their gunfights, and it's a really good thing for them that they're actually kind of addressing the aggression that Lugiami has. So really great start here so far for both of these teams.
Definitely. I mean, whoever was that, I missed the name of who was that with a KRM. Hopefully she adjusts her load out, because the hit marks will not be working so much at this point. And there you go. We have Bling Bling once again taking down Elmo J. And I think this might be another point being taken by Artemis. We'll have to find out. And there you go. The quick turnaround by Bloom and Keiki together with NX. And it is now a 2v3 situation. Lexi right now going in for the kill. And it's now a 1v3. Well, Hayuki might be trapped in the corner, and Hayuki is going in for that hit, and Lexi will be taken out. 1v2 right now. Grenades are being thrown at her, but will miss, and who will be able to take her out? The bomb is in there. Might be a bait, but no. Quick turnaround, and let's see how well Yuki will be able to make this. Going into Bravo right now, and no one is standing in there. But with the rotation right now, I think they know already that they are going in for this B plan. And Yuki might be backstab, and there you go. NX slowly but surely, quietly taking that kill.
That was a really good push from NX, and it's a really good thing that they left 2 people out, 1 in A, 1 in Bravo. And that was a very difficult thing to actually go in there and really just pull off. So again, a really great start here from Lugiami yet again, but then a really aggressive push going into Alpha is going to be very difficult. Top L control, have the sights of Elmo J, but so far she's been losing her gunfights, but no, finally gets 2. And there you go, Bloom as well takes a double kill of her own, and just like that, it's going to be a 1v4 situation.
1v4 situation, and Chiwa is only one remaining. Now, it might be a lot of pressure for Chiwa right now. The bomb is on A, and no one seems to be rushing in. Oh, I spoke too soon. NX rushing in a little bit too close with a sniper. Probably a shorty will do, or MX9 will do in this match, but there goes the 3-1, and Lugiami already taking a 2 points lead in this game. Now, we have LIthara Artemis, who really needs to work it out. The rotations as well as the positioning on this game to be able to get another point in this match.
They need to go and play for picks. I mean, Artemis, they've been doing a very hard... I feel like it's really hard for them to actually go in there, but it's a 3v4 situation. Still very doable for Artemis to actually go and pull off, but still, Hayuki being just connected right now is going to be very difficult. NX bot with the double. NX absolutely crazy, and Hayuki gets away, goes to heaven. 4-1. Not surprising, but Artemis needs to slow down. They need to play more passively and play for picks before rushing into a site. They need to go and have 1 more kill first before going in there and committing. But unfortunately for them, the tides are going to turn. As we see here, Lugiami actually has a hold of the bomb, and NX with the bomb holder. That is going to be absolutely key here.
Yeah, I mean, they need to make those rotations. Rogue was able to take down Elmo J, and Rogue is just going in and going for a hit. Another one against Lexi, and Bloom will be taken down. And there goes Castella going in for another kill, and the bomb is being planted by NX despite of the situation going solo against 5 members. Now, I was looking at the rotations, and I think teams are getting difficulty in rotations. To be specific, that is LIthara Artemis. Very difficult for them to go for the rotations in this match. Probably it's the familiarity on this map right here. NX will be taken down by Bling Bling. And there goes the defusal as we got another point being taken down by Artemis.
Really good response right now from Artemis, but what I'm actually really concerned about is Lugiami planting for Bravo in this particular matchup, because they know that Alpha is going to be heavily defended. And you can see here, and there you go, just what I am actually going and seeing. Bravo going to be absolutely key here just because of how well they've been performing. Castella having another kill, that's going to be very important. But then here we go, Elmo J with a double. 4v3 situation, and we see the bomb still very much chilling in Bravo just like that, but it's going to be very hard as a 4v1 situation that Chiwa is going to be the only girl left in her team to actually go and make a difference.
It's a 1v3 situation right now, and the bomb is ticking. But here comes Chiwa, will be taken down by Elmo J. Toe-to-toe with Elmo J is really very difficult, especially on MX9. But there goes the match point for the side of Lugiami. Will LIthara Artemis be able to catch up onto this point, or will this be a win once again by Lugiami? We'll have to find out as they go in to the 8th match or 8th round of this match, and let's see how well the rotations will work this time. And there goes the hit, and Elmo J was able to take down Castella and Rogue as well. 2 ladies down already from both sides. It's now a 3v3 beef.
And just like that, it's going to be a 3v2 situation. Nope, a 2v2. And it's still very much doable for Artemis to actually go and win this round. Now, what's going to be important is we see here Hayuki and Chiwa to be side by side, just because Keiki and Elmo J are going to be the only people left in their team. Especially with Elmo J having to frag out so much and getting so many multi-kills here. I think they're going to be committing here. Finally getting Elmo J. There you go. That's why you don't want to be in her sights. But Yuki with a response. It's a 1v1 situation here, and the bomb is going to be planted, and Yuki needs to go in there. She needs to find a way to actually stop Keiki right now.
And here we go. The 1v1, and there you go, the side hit by Keiki. Really surprising Yuki in that game, and an easy 6-2 for the side of Lugiami. I think it is a really disadvantage for the side of Artemis right there. I'm looking at the rotations, and it's not really that smooth. Now the flow is not smooth for their sides, but once again another point will be taken by Lugiami, and I guess those stuffed toys really work as to get a lot of motivations for this team.
Stuffed toy buff. Who cares about a boyfriend or like girlfriend buff? All we need is our stuffed toys to actually go in there and make us very powerful players. But let's take a look at the post-game breakdown and see where the numbers are at. And without any doubt, you can see here LMOJ with that 11 kills to her name. That's absolutely just cracked. But on the other side, Hayuki having that 5 kills and Bling Bling having 5 as well, staying true to their kill count here. I really want to see double points. I want to see double digits from the side of Artemis right now, because so far it's been under 6 or 7. So that's something that we need to see from them, is just to win those individual gunfights, especially now that we're heading on over to domination.
Yeah, I mean, domination, there's plenty of chance for them to go in for those frags and probably the points, but it's more of the win. I think that these teams are going in, and Artemis needs to make that win, probably just like what we've seen in the previous match. So far, it is Lugiami taking hardpoint 19 to 150, and it is on their favor. And on the search and destroy, 6-2, still in favor of Lugiami. Will this domination be the chance for LIthara Artemis to get that point, or will Lugiami really clear it out with the 3-0? In a bit, we are going to find out.
And now firing range domination is definitely going to be very hard, because Lugiami is just that mechanically gifted to win all of those gunfights, and Artemis needs to do a turnaround. They need to do a quick 180, because the performance that they had in hardpoint and search and destroy is not that impressive. And with domination in the mix, Lugiami definitely is very comfortable in firing range and really just dominating, maybe even getting multiple triple caps in order. So what Artemis needs to do is just to focus and going into that Steelhouse. Honestly, it's 2F in Steelhouse. You need to go up there in 2F10. You need to get trailer. You need to make sure that you will always get there, even though that they die. They need to go and rotate going in there. That's the only way they can actually go and win. Find cover, because so far they've been losing very much in terms of like those close range gunfights, especially if you are going up against NX, LMOJ. It's going to be very hard for them to really win those. So maybe they can do it from a distance, and hopefully they use the right guns. Honestly, for me, probably just use the Holger so you can go and spam without having to ADS out, and really just try to get rid of all those Lugiami members going into Bravo as well, if you do have trailer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also the wall banks onto Alpha might work depending on their position onto the map, but we'll have to find out. Yeah, those positions, the power positions, needs to be taken advantage by this team to be able to make this win. Probably points that is not really that far from each other, and really take advantage of the frags as well as the power positions that was mentioned earlier, the top 10. We also have the white warehouse and everything else. But hopefully we'll see a turnaround for the side of Artemis right here. But I don't think Lugiami will be letting go of this one. If it is up to them, they will be going in for the 3-0, because they need to catch up on the scores as well. They need to move up on to further into the leaderboards and stay there to be able to secure a spot on the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, PDRBs is definitely going to be having that upper hand of getting most of those points down and really bumping them down to the 3rd spot. So they really need to get all of these points down. And we can see here, quick rotation coming into Bravo. 4 women already going in for that trailer. That's a good thing that they're stacking trailer right now. But then LMOJ with that triple kill. That is just heartless, just like her MX9 skin.
I mean, you can stack up on on trailer, but you need to hope and pray that LMOJ doesn't come in there because you know how much damage LMOJ can do. And here we go. Hayuki is trying to step off on that Bravo, but will be let go right now. Will be taken down, and Lexi is already taking this position now. When even as one member steps in onto that trailer, and the remaining members of Lugiami gets in for the Bravo hit, they'll be able to go for the capture. But a good position for the side of Keiki right now. Visibility on Alpha as well as Bravo, and this is the power position that we're talking about. You need to find out how to get that power position as well as stay in there and clear out anyone who tries to go and take those points.
So far, they're clearing out every single time, getting all of those power positions. You can see Lugiami absolutely just fragging out LMOJ. I feel like she's at a streak right now. I actually want to see what is going to be happening for her kills, if she does have a kill. If she has a death, I'm not quite sure if she did, and she's on the road to a nuke. Maybe we're actually going to be able to go and see in here. But 17 and 29, that's still very much doable for Artemis to actually go and have a quick turnaround. But you can see here already having score streaks this early on to the game. That is going to be very difficult, especially LMOJ with 9 kills already laying down all of the traps so far here, so they can't go and touch Bravo.
And definitely good positioning for the both of for the side of Lugiami, and yeah, good position for the side of Artemis. Unfortunately, they are being taken down on those close quarter encounters. And there you go. We have a Bling Bling right now taking down NX. Now, will they be able to rotate onto this Alpha and clear this out and probably get that Bravo? But no, Lexi will stop them, and a possibility for a triple cap might happen as soon as Lexi takes out anyone who's trying to stop her. But there goes Lexi being taken down by Castella, and might be waiting for another opportunity for that triple cap later on.
Rogue denies the streak of LMOJ, and finally, that's a really good start here so far. But then a triple cap might ensue here as 2 players already for Lugiami is primed in position going into Alpha. Although we see Keiki going down, it needs to be very good for this play right now. But no, Chiwa actually loses that gunfight here in Belong. That's going to be very essential. Finally, triple cap is ensuing, and finally a triple. I actually thought that Predator Missile was going to get those 3 players going into Belong, but unfortunately, it didn't really go. But here we go, LMOJ with a triple kill. Oh, that is just unfortunate to see. And finally, the first half is done, 35 and 75 here. Obviously, for the side of Lugiami, they do have the advantage, but the second half, that is one to refresh. We've seen it a while ago against Sad Valkyrie and AīM GENESIS.
Yeah.
We saw Valkyrie pull through in the second half, so maybe Artemis can finally pull a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, we're still hoping, but I think LMOJ being a team of Lugiami makes it a little bit more difficult. But LMOJ has been taken on once again, so this might be a chance for Artemis to go in for that hit. If they'll be able to go for the capture on Bravo, then they might be able to stack up on the scores and attempt for a triple cap. But it is a stretch, but it's not impossible, so they need to make their move, get those positions as well as those frags. And I think NX as well as Lexi will be going in for the Bravo, but 2 members will try it to stop them, and Rogue and Bling Bling successfully stopping them, and Bravo will be taken back. Rogue right now is clearing out on the other side, going in behind the white warehouse, but 2 members might be too much for her, and there goes Rogue being taken down once again.
Triple cap is going to be in the waters right now, as you can see here. 1 person, nope, 2 people are already primed in position here. LMOJ 18 already to her name. That's going to be very difficult as they finally get that triple cap on. And now what they want is blood. They want to keep that triple cap going for as long as possible. And you can see here LMOJ is just going to be absolutely crazy, but then Castella, especially with the gravity spikes, that's going to stop her. It takes the gravity spikes to really just stop her right now. But Bloom already going in there, primed in position with the death machine, stopping everyone in their tracks. And there you go. It's going to be very difficult if you see spawn traps ensuing all across the board.
Yeah, almost to the 120 mark, getting close to the 130. We're in. There might not be any way to turn it around, but looking at the scores right now, it is possible that that is the case, because the moment that you hit the 130 mark, you need to keep that triple cap on your side. But the way we're seeing the points going in favor of Lugiami, it will be an easy win right here. But hopefully Artemis will still make those plays, make those captures, and attempt for a double cap and probably get as much point and scores as possible. But Bloom and the rest of the teams together with LMOJ and Keiki just stopping them on their tracks. And with 3 points remaining, it will be another win by Lugiami.
I think this is like the longest triple cap I've ever seen in a tournament. Lugiami is just that good that they can keep it going. I actually want to time it. Whoever's actually going watching this, time it for us and comment down below how long that freaking triple cap was, because that was absolutely just nuts. You can see here, they're just chilling. They're on their beds right now. They're just going to be able to go in there, get that W because of the loss that they had in day number 1. They want blood. They want all of those points in there. And look at Teddy. Teddy's the one that's actually going and playing for Bloom right now. That's why she's just so cracked. It's the stuffed toys game here for Lugiami.
Yeah, I mean, I think I need to buy or probably borrow a stuffed toy so that I can play better if that is the case. But so far, looking at the post-game breakdown right here, we have Lexi as MVP. A lot of captured points in here from side of Lexi and the scores of close to 3,000. LMOJ not too far behind. Actually, it's a 2-point, no 2 points only lead by Lexi in here. But on the other side, finally, the frags, the double-digit frag from Bling Bling, as you asked for. There you have it. We have Artemis, who's still trying to make their way here, and hopefully the moment that they step off this plate of playing and go into the review of the gameplays, they'll be able to see. Like how well they can do against an opposing team and probably work it out in the future. But we'll have to find out how well they will be going on to the next fights.
Going into the next fight, that's going to be very important right now, especially for Artemis to actually go forward with it, because so far they have no points here. It's already day number 3. Now that's going to be very, very hard because half of these teams are leaving by the end of the group stages. So at this point, we're already closing into the halfway mark of this competition so far. It's not looking good for them. This was supposed to be a turnaround that they should have had in the bag, at least 1 point. But unfortunately for them, Lugiami was just a little bit too strong for them to go and handle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the team members that we keep pointing out, it's really difficult for them to get past them. And let's see the result of the games to see the story of what happened in this battle. So going in from hardpoint, it's 150 to 19 in favor of Lugiami. From here on, it's really visible how well Lugiami is on the respawn maps, and moving in search and destroy with a 6-2 despite of the Hackney Yard match. That is, I think it's the side of Lugiami that they chose this, so it's really on their favor. And going into domination, guess regardless of the map and the modes, if Lugiami or if Artemis is going against Lugiami, especially with the high fraggers that they have, it will not be that easy for them.
Absolutely. That's not going to be easy at all. You can see the points here are stark. The contrast is there. 19 and 152 and 6, 49 and 150. There's something that Artemis needs to go back to the drawing board and change. Maybe it's I don't know. It's the mechanical skills. It's also like the one-dimensional plays that we see in Search and Destroy, where they should have played a little bit more passively instead of going guns a-blazing, going up against a team like Lugiami. But we're taking a look at what actually happened and see what I'm really talking about with the highlights that we are going to be showing here in a little bit. So yeah, especially going into that Search and Destroy, they could have actually won a lot of those rounds if only they stayed put. But here we go with a hard point. We keep saying that they need to go and get top laundry control, which they did not try to get at all. And it just makes me question, it's like, are they ready for this competition right now, especially seeing the performance in the past 3 days here so far? Because of the rotation going in here, you need to know that top laundry is the most important part here. And yes, they took a lot of points off of this P1, but it's really not enough, especially going into that P2.
Yeah, I mean, the moment that they get that top laundry, they'll be able to secure probably two or one or two, just holding that, and then the rest can just slay, going around and taking that hard point. But they weren't able to do that. Now, on the P2 itself, this is what I'm talking about, where Elmo J just released that gravity vortex gun when 3 or 4 just went in, and we'll just have to wait and see. I think it was four members who was in there, but only 2 was hit by that gravity vortex. Now it's more of the close encounter. Having an X as well as Elmo J for the side of Lugiami, it's really an advantage for them. The top fraggers for this game, and it's really difficult for Artemis at that point.
Yeah, and LIthara, Artemis really just having a hard time with the rotations as well. It was always late. It was really disappointing to see that P3, they didn't really go and prioritize going into that money hill. You already know that that's the hill that you need to go and take, especially if you did not have a really good job at P1 and P2. And we already saw Lugiami going in there, positioning themselves very early on. But speaking of a really dominating performance as well, we see here Lugiami doing such a great job in Search and Destroy, which I actually thought Artemis had really bright spots as well. But unfortunately for them, they just became a little bit too predictable for Lugiami. They were able to go in there, know where they're going to be placed. And yes, they did get 2 off of Lugiami, which is already impressive in itself. But it really is that aggression and not playing for picks. And that really just probably blindsided them. I feel like if it was a different map, maybe it was possible. But you're speaking up Elmo J, really just opening things up with her multi-kills here in domination.
I mean, with the Search and Destroy, it might be the familiarity of the map that Artemis needs to work on, because the way they are rotating compared to Lugiami, it's quite a different. Yes, with the points that they were able to take, we can give credits to that. But going back on to domination, so the frags after frags being done by Lugiami, it is visible from the hard point itself. And it's not a surprise that they've done the same, as well as capturing all those points in domination. So I think we've already read this already on domination, but we were still hoping for Artemis to probably take a point.
And with no surprises here, we see here our MVP for match number 2, LGM Elmo J, Lugiami's very best stuffed toy performance with an average kill of 21. And look at that, average score of 2,525. That is just absolutely cracked. The pride of Singapore, definitely one of the best players, not only because she's a woman, but she's a really talented player in general, can definitely go in the big leads as well compared to the other players that we've had here. And Lugiami definitely this is a really great player that they have and will definitely not let go. So again, we need to see what she actually has in the bag. I'm really excited to see what is going to happen, what she has for particular loadout that she has here, because if you're not on that loadout, then you definitely need to go and take a screenshot of this because of how cracked this player is. Every single game, double digits for her. If she's not top 1, she's usually top 2. She doesn't go below that. So again, MX9 here in the mix here, Neptune, it's so impressive to see the points.
Yeah, I mean, it's this loadout that we're looking at right now is not really different from previous one. We have the MX9, we have the FHJ ready for any of the score streaks that is being laid down in there. But take note. Who takes note of loadout? Just take a screenshot and use that onto your game. Now, looking at the perk is quite different. We still have the quick fix as well as the dead silence, which is, as you mentioned, Beef, a must, because you want to sneak behind all those opposing teams, especially in Search and Destroy. And yeah, the loadouts is here. Go and take a screenshot and use this in your games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably like one of the most important thing that I actually see here is the Skulker perk, because you move way faster, and obviously if you are going to be a Slayer, you need to get every single one that you get, you need to be fast. You need to have that agility, and the Skulker really just gives you that and allows you to ADS faster compared to your opponent. So you basically move 12% faster while you're walking and when you're crouching. So that's really absolutely key. If you don't win a gunfight, you can literally just like slide away, go into position, take him down. And that's why LMOJ has been really, really good here so far, because she was able to use this loadout, the perks, to her advantage, to her personal taste. And that's what you like to see, where a player is just so good already and she uses her guns to her advantage as well. Obviously, the guns, they're gonna be there, but it really the player that uses the guns to really just make an amazing team and an amazing play. So now that we're actually done with our game number 2, that is just absolutely crazy to have a really great start here. Match number 1, amazing. Match number 2, it was a little bit more predictable here, right? So we're going into that halfway point where game number 3 and game number 4, which everyone has been really looking forward to. Honestly, personally for me, obviously the last matchup is going to be absolutely lit. But I mean, the past 2 games as well has been really, really great here so far. It's like 6 in the morning where I'm at, and I'm really awake because Call of Duty Mobile, the Valkyrie series, is keeping me awake, alive, and excited.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, despite of what time we are in, regardless of whether we are in,
Doesn't matter.
it's like once you are in here watching the Valkyrie series, you are really excited. I mean, you're up on your toes. There's no need for coffee, actually. Just need to watch. And also comment, guys. As you can see at the bottom, you need to comment the best Valkyrie, so you can hashtag the IGN, their role as well. Just put it in there so that like your favorites will have a chance to get featured in this match. But as we've seen the 2 matches that we have so far, Beef and I, Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, will be coming back in a bit because we're going to have a quick break. But hopefully you will stay and also like and share. So see you in a bit.
You'll never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Before dawn. Make your choice.
And welcome back to the Valkyrie Series 2, where you know the hottest action is going to be going here, presented by Garena. It's your girl Beef Mommy, and with me today, we've been casting the whole day. Neptune the Gentleman Garcia has been an absolutely crazy treat here so far, and we are in our halfway point here in the series. Match number 1 and match number 2 down. 3 and 4 coming up next. Not only that, we have something special for you because we already know that there's going to be a really great interview here so far. But before we actually go and move on with that, what are your feelings, Neptune, with what we had here so far since we are crossing in our midway?
Yeah, I mean, the moment we step in from 1 to 3, going into 4, I think someone's like heating up, like turning up the heat in this fight. But let's see how or who will be going in the battle as we look into the schedule. So, like was mentioned by Beef earlier, the first and the second match is already over with Sad Valkyrie taking a 1 point against the 2 points of AīM GENESIS, and Lugiami taking a 3-0 against LIthara Artemis. The next would be PDRBs going against Klasiko Hyenas, and it's really exciting to see these two teams fight it off against each other, and I'm quite exciting to see. I'm quite excited to see as to who will take the points and how well will they be able to execute their gameplays.
Yeah, and they are able to actually go and execute here. And this is actually the matchup that I'm really looking forward to as well. PDRBs versus Klasiko Hyenas will definitely go crazy, as well as because, you know, Hyenas did such a good job in day number 2, and PDRBs losing 1 map against Nifty Ultra. So, you know, speaking of PDRBs, let's take a look at what they have to offer here, the lineup that we really love to see. And obviously PDRBs with Aurora, Pibs, Reiko, Rashi, Sazi, and Tin really going in here and slaying the top 2C that we have here so far. But they did lose a map yesterday. I mean, like, actually, like, it feels like yesterday, but it was actually like a few days ago. Yeah, honestly, because this tournament has been so crazy here so far, and I feel like the time has just been warped. And you know what? It's just really nice to see PDR really climb up the ranks. And obviously, this brand has been known in the Philippines here so far, not only the Philippines, but also in Garena, to really just go and perform.
And here are the teams right now that we're looking at right here. And yeah, I mean, PDRs is a brand wherein they're really performing their way into the scene. They are representing the PDRBs are representing the PDR brand right now. And with the wins and the loss that they had from the previous matches, I think this is the time for them to catch up further and maintain their position in their leaderboards. But let's check out the lineup of Klasiko Hyenas, the team that will be battling PDRBs, as we have Izar, Edka, Genos, Miera, Michu, is that right? And Sarah will be in here, the lineup for Klasiko Hyenas. And will they be able to pop off against the PDRBs in a bit? Or are we going to see another upset? But we'll have to find out, Beef.
I think it's absolutely possible. They did win 3-0 against Artemis, but then that was Artemis. Definitely PDRBs is going to be a different predator that they can actually go and overtake. Maybe a 2-1 situation, but maybe to the favor of maybe PDRBs, but at the same time, Klasiko Hyenas probably has something up in their sleeve without a doubt, just because of how well they've been performing in day number 2. Yes, they did a little bit of a struggle in day number 1, but it doesn't really matter, especially with Genos and their team. She has been a really good presence for her team, for the girls, to really just go and perform. So yes, the Hyenas can definitely go and take probably 1 or 2 maps. And you know what? I want to see them 3-0 PDRBs. Maybe it's really just that possible because they've had enough time to go and practice and really just study really what lacked in their day number 1, which they obviously really put into day number 2. So as the days pass by, these girls just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what we want to see, how well these teams, these ladies evolve from the first day that they go into the match, moving in on the final days of the group stages and stepping onto the playoffs. Now, Klasiko Hyenas being shown right now, and as you can see, like what we've seen earlier, how focused they are and getting ready into the game. And yeah, they might be able to surprise us with a 3-0 if they will be able to do that against the PDRBs. Still have left to be seen, but we are hoping to see a lot of surprises from these teams.
And a lot of surprises that we actually really got to see here so far, especially with our amazing opener. And hopefully it's going to be the same case here, because I don't want to see sweeps all across the board. We already saw Lugiami did that. Now that's not going to be the case here. I want to see at least 1 or 2 maps being dropped by PDRBs, just because of how interesting the competition is going to get, and just because I know Hyenas can actually go and do that. So you know what, let's take a look at the head-to-head. And speaking of the talented players that we have, let's see the MVPs that both of these teams have to offer. And you can see here Ika, without any surprise, she is going to be that MVP for the Hyenas, having that 11 average kills, average scores of 1400. So again, very impressive stuff here. But take a look on the right side, 16 average kills for PDR10, and having more than double into our average scores, 2704. Again, very far away in terms of that average score, but then the kill is definitely going to be a little bit better for the side of Tin, but it's still not far off. So it's still very possible to Ika to really just outmatch Tin, but maybe under the right circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, under right circumstances. And so far, yeah, the head-to-head MVP might tell us a little bit of a story behind these teams, but at some point, some teams really have the kills and the scores spread out against towards their members. So yeah, they might not have that much scores or points on their side, but we'll have to find out further if that will change as we move along after this game. And Beef, I am so excited to see this battle happen. But before that, I think there's just a lot of things that might be happening before that. So let's see if who are we going to interview in here. And this is quite exciting, having an interview for the members. It's not just us talking. We'll be able to hear from them as well, Beef.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, like, everyone's just like sick of our voice. You know what? Let's bring on PDR Aurora to actually give her insights, because we're definitely very curious to see what she has to say to us, what she has to say to you guys, the fans that are actually going watching here. So I just want to say hello there, Aurora. How are you doing, mabuhay?
Hello,
you are
how are
very,
you?
very maganda po. So again,
Thank
if you guys don't know, if you're not from the Philippines, maganda means very pretty. Not only is she very pretty, but she's very deadly as well. So hello, welcome. So what are your
Hi.
thoughts here so far in the competition? Day number 1, day number 2, you guys are top seed right now. You're just literally just like sitting down behind just the top 1. What can you guys do to move up and really just dethrone that top spot?
I'm really grateful for my teammates, and what we can do to win this competition is just keep the fire burning in our hearts, just to get the trophy, and all the hard works, teamwork, plays, and strategies. It should be perfectly applied throughout the game.
Yeah,
Perfect. Couldn't say it better myself.
It's good. Yeah, good to hear from that. I mean, those points that Aurora just mentioned really are important. But right now, you're on the spotlight, Aurora, and we are hearing you, seeing you. What do you have? What can you say to the opposing team, the team that you will be going against right here? And what can you say to them, or if you have any specific player that you want to talk to, what are you going to say to them?
To the Klasiko Hyenas, have a good luck, and let's just enjoy the game. That's it.
Perfect. And I guess for me, I mean, obviously we've been seeing you guys perform every single time. And what do you want to say to us, to your fans that are actually watching you guys right now? Because a lot of people are actually watching. So what do you want to say to them? And basically everything that you've been wanting to tell them in the past few days that you've been playing here so far.
Thank you for continuously supporting us, and because of you guys, we are able to join this competition because of all of your support. And whenever we bring ourselves down, you're just there to hype us all up. And yeah, I love you all. That's it.
Yeah, I really feel that message from Aurora, as well as the team of PDRBs. Beef, do you have any other questions that you can ask Aurora at this point? Especially as you mentioned, the pretty and deadly Aurora is in the spotlight right now.
Obviously, I guess we have like time for like one more question. What do you do, especially in terms of like, you know, the pandemic is actually going and happening right now? How do you keep into that mental space into becoming really focused, not only as a player but also PDR as a whole?
You know, this pandemic has done enough to cause adjustments in our lives, and especially the mental health effects it brings. But yeah, through time management and the mastery of our emotions that are being affected by the pandemic, and despite our other priorities, we are able to practice every night in our streams because I know we have something to prove. And yeah, it's all just hard work, and these hindrances are not a reason to stop the fire in our hearts to win the competition.
Well
That is so
said.
passionate.
I mean, yeah, I mean, beef with what Aurora just mentioned. It's really good that they mention mental health as well as overcoming it. Though it is not just a one-time deal, but with the help of the teammate and what they are doing, they can overcome that those challenges. And congratulations for overcoming those challenges and moving forward and competing into the Valkyrie series. So, do we have any time for more questions, Beef? Or
No, we're gonna have to go move on to the games. I'm pretty sure Aurora would want to go in there, finish the fight. We'll let you go, Aurora, for now, but thank you so much for actually having your time, giving us your time, not only to us, but to the fans to see what is gonna happen next. But yeah, that was a really, really great start here so far. And obviously, Aurora has been absolutely passionate with everything that has been happening here so far. But yeah, moving on to the fight that we are gonna be having here, PDRBs. They're definitely go in here to leave their stingers into their opponents, really just leaving their mark here in the competition here so far. So yeah, again, what I really just like to reiterate is like, this is a game that we all love to play, and these players have lives of their own. Not only are they pro players, but they also have school, they have work, and for them to find time to actually go in there to really just have the time to play this, to play for us, that is so important. But then speaking of, let's take a look at our maps and our picks to really just go in there to see what is going to happen, a window as to what will happen into our next matchup. And now the PDRBs is going to win that coin toss, and unfortunately for Klasiko, that is bad news for them. But they really need to make smart decisions as to what maps, so honestly, what maps they want to ban up in here, and also with operator skills.
yeah, definitely. I mean, it has put it into play. I mean, the ban map has been a good way to put at play those tactics that we've seen so far, and we'll have to find out where will the bees doesn't want to buzz, as well as the hyenas doesn't want to roam. So as we look into the banned map, we'll have to find out. Summit is one thing that they don't want to fly into. Let's check out as to where hyenas, Klasiko hyenas, doesn't want to go in. And it is Crossfire. So there you have it. Summit and Crossfire will be taken out of the table.
Taking off the table just like that, that's going to be very amazing to actually go and see. And I really want to see a takeoff. Neptune, please give me a takeoff. That's one thing that I just really want to see here so far, just because of how well these teams might actually go and perform here. It's definitely an orthodox map that a lot of people don't really like, but that's what I like about it. Weird maps that people don't really want to play in, really just pushes them out of their comfort zone, and really goes to show what team actually goes and wants to win there.
Yeah, I mean, us casters, we really want to see something new, but not really that new. We have standoff in here being taken for the hard point, and it is the hyenas taking the real squad. And going back to the topic of something new, those maps really is something that, like, new maps that is being chosen here and played on in this map and modes in this Valkyrie series is something that the viewers can also learn from. So hopefully we'll see more of that as we go into Search and Destroy.
Search and Destroy, firing range, you've already seen it here so far in game number 1. We're seeing here again in game number 2. Firing range is going to be that sniper haven that we really like to see. The angles are long, but also the range is also even longer here. The sights will definitely need to be seen, and also the rotation needs to be key. It needs to be very different for Klasiko right now. It might be very hard for, you know, Klasiko to really just go in there and beat PDRBs because of how well they actually go and perform in Search and Destroy. So that's going to be very, very important for them to go and win all those gunfights here so far. But again, with Domination, that's going to be another matchup that they need to go and hurdle up across, just because of how well they can actually go and play. And just like that, Raid is going to be here for Domination. The battle for that top laundry control is absolutely key. She who holds top laundry is she who will win, says one wise woman. Beef mommy.
Yeah, so
that should be like a quote there.
let's bring out the washing machine to be able to take
Exactly.
that win.
Rinse. What's your rinse cycle?
Rinse cycle. Regardless of whether it's hardpoint or domination, the top laundry is really a power position, and also the gallery on the other side. But we'll have to find out further if that will be the rotation that will be done by both teams. And so far, we've seen the maps. Let's check out the operator skills that will be taken out of the mix in this game. We have the Annihilator, and if I'm not surprised, that might be... Oh! I am surprised. Death Machine. So Sparrow gameplay will be shown in here, Beef.
Oh no, that's going to be absolutely chaotic. That's probably like one thing that you wouldn't want to have in this tournament here so far, is to have the Sparrow up in there. But then it's a good thing. It's because like everyone's going to have the Sparrow. So maybe that's a really great thing for them. Maybe they'll have an edge here somehow. So again, even though you have your map bans and your picks and stuff, you're still going to have to go around it somehow. That's why the team that is the most adaptable will be the team that can actually go and win it all. And so far, Klasiko Hyenas has shown that they can adapt to whoever they're playing. And PDRBs is definitely going to be one of the bigger fish that they need to go and fry. And PDRBs are just going to be flying around with their stingers out and really just trying to go in there for the sting. So again, very important for Klasiko Hyenas to play it smart, to play the rotations really, really key, because standoff, we've already seen here, hardpoint has been a really, really popular place to actually go and be. So that's a really good start there for so far. And here we go. We're finally getting our game number 3 down.
And here we go. PDRBs going against Klasiko Hyenas. Standoff on hardpoint. And who will be taking that hotel yard early on? And will it be an extended rotation for both teams? And there you go with the step off on the hard point by Klasiko Hyenas. But here comes Aurora going in for that kill together with Roshi and Pibbs. A quick 3 hits from these 3 ladies, and now taking over the hard point. But a 4th will be going down in Aurora, despite of how cute she was on the interview. She's really deadly in this fight. So we'll have to find out more how well they are in here to go into the saddle.
And it just seems to be like PDRBs is having a really, really great start here. They're having a very solid hold and having all of those players really go out, winning all of those gunfights. It's all PDR all across the board. Then Ika finally gets a response, but then it's not enough for him to actually go and flush out all of the members right now from P1. Again, we can see here, Hyenas is having a very hard time. 44, 45 points already to their name. Scrap points even going to them. And also very early rotation as well into P2. This is looking very dire for Hyenas because they're losing all of their gunfights already. Plus the rotation is just not there.
Yeah, I mean, they are rotating already, but 2 members are already taken in there from the side of PDRBs. But there you go. There goes the takeover by Klasiko Hyenas onto the warehouse. But Aurora is just rushing in from the window, and the rest of the teams need to back her up. Now, here comes Genos going in for the side as well and clearing out that area, but will not be very successful as PDRBs is now on that hard point with 2 members on the roam and 2 in the hard on this warehouse. There's no way for it's very difficult for Klasiko Hyenas to take over on that point.
7, 3, and 10. That is just very hard point to actually go and get, but the rotation needs to come in from the side of Klasiko Arena. It's not going to be really easy because you can see here, they've been losing all their gunfights, and finally the early rotation going into P3 is going to be ensuing. Now, top house blue, that's going to be very essential for them to actually go and get. Ika just turns her back around, knowing very well the player is going to be right there. Aurora doing such a good job at infiltrating that house, and just like that, PDRBs just go in there without any cause. It's actually without any restraint even.
Yeah, here we go. We have Klasiko right now is trying to go and take that hard point, but is being contested. There you go. We have Klasiko Hyenas who might have a chance to take back a lot of points, but here comes PTRBs once again stepping into this hill and already facing the windows, waiting for those hit, and there goes a double from Reiko. And this might be for the few remaining seconds, a few more points being taken by PTRBs, and Klasiko Hyenas are really struggling.
Yeah, the rotation needs to come in right now from Klasiko Hyenas. We only see one player trying to go in for that rotation. Finally, the three going in there from Statue tries to see if he can actually go and get that. Then they need to win all of those essential gunfights, and finally we do get to see that. Finally, Klasiko on the points as well. They finally get a hold of that bakery, but it's going to be a very instrumental job for them to go in there for the defense. But then Solid so far tries to go and see. They need to actually go and find the Slayers outside, but unfortunately for them, they are just dropping like flies, losing all of their gunfights. That is the mechanical skills of PTRBs that just absolutely just shows here. 138 and 12, and it seems like history is repeating itself as we see here. They're finally closing it out here in Bakery. We're not even going to be going in for that reset going into Grannies.
With only a few points remaining in here, I think PTRBs are here to stay on their spot on the leaderboards, and they are showing us that they really want to stay in there, probably move up a little bit further. And as we look at the teams right here, there's a few seconds before the end of the match, and as we look at how focused they are, this is really essential to this is the key for them taking that. So as we have it, we have the first point being taken by PTRBs. Hopefully Klasiko Hyenas will be able to take back another on Search and Destroy, but that still has to be waited.
And definitely a very amazing job here from PTRBs. Definitely going to be very, very dominating here for Hardpoint. And that's their playground, basically. They're doing such a great job. And we can see here the points already breaking down. 150 and 12. Absolutely crazy point that we actually got to see here. PDR. Roshi is going to be that MVP, and this is why we keep saying OBJ is important. 1 minute and 39 seconds into that hardpoint, the most out of everyone, only with 9 kills. And that's why it's so important for a player to really just stay there, and she really did her job so well. Right below her, Reiko is going to be having that 13 points, the most out of her teammates, absolutely just fragging out. Sassy as well, 12, 11, 11, Aurora for Pibbs as well. So you can see here double digits across the board, and you can see that Klasiko is just absolutely struggling with all of those kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the kills, but the moment that they spend on the hard point, that is where that's where PTRBs was able to take over. And let's check out the result right now. And like what you mentioned, history repeats itself. 150 to 112, a huge lead for the side of PTRBs. Will it be turned around by Hyenas, by Klasiko Hyenas on Search and Destroy as we go into firing range?
Again, Search and Destroy is going to be the great reset that we always love to have in the Hyenas. They may have an edge here if they play it right. Play passively, get all of those kills, play for picks, because with their performance in Hardpoint a while ago, it seems like they're having a very hard time in terms of their mechanical skills and really just going in there for the aggression. So maybe an aggressive play needs to come out when it's least expected from PTRBs. So now we get to see Hyenas having a hold of the bomb, and they get to dictate what is going to happen next. But I really want to see them play for picks, especially with a sniper going in there, giving them that information, and hopefully going in there for the push.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the role of the sniper with the information gameplay, that will really help them. But we'll have to find out how well the snipers from the side of Klasiko Hyenas will provide those information and probably take those picks. Too Sassy right now is seeing, oh, there you go, with several attempts or several opportunities for Sassy. It was just given right there by Klasiko Hyenas. One man down already, and there goes Sassy for another hit, but will not connect. But there goes taking that kill, and we have Sassy for another hit against Izar. It is not looking good for the side of Klasiko Hyenas, as it is a 1-0 with a 5-lady strong match.
Dang, that was just dang. We can already see here Sazi with amazing kills, hard scoping in the beginning, not quite getting the shots at first, but eventually getting them. Aurora with a double as well. That is just really, really good gameplay here so far. Aurora with a big opening pick gets a double. That is very big for them as well. That is going to be very huge for them to really just go and dictate that. Aurora already on fire here, the most kills out of this game here so far. Roshi with the backstab as well gets one, has an opportunity to go in there for another one as well. And here we go, finally gets one. There you go, Roshi. Oh, this is just nuts. PDRBs playing Klasiko Hyenas as if they were the apex predators, as if they were the lions and the savannas, and the hyenas are just cowering in fear.
Yeah, I mean, and provided that PDRBs are the defender right now, it seems that they're the one like dictating the pace of this game. The attackers, Klasiko Hyenas, need to make their move probably not that fast, but there you go. Aurora and Sin is just making it difficult for them to really wait it out because they are being taken out as Reiko right now goes in for the double with that KRM, and there now girl. There goes the dance! Reiko has been taken down, and Azar in there going in for the kill.
And going in there for the kill as well. Azar finally gets one. Has an opportunity to actually go and get another one. Yes, gets another one. Oh, flushes out one more player. 1v2 situation. It's still very doable for her, but then she has the bomb, so it's really good. They don't know where she's headed, but she needs to go there very, very fast. As in the few seconds, they already know what the game's going to be. We've already seen this before. One nade is all it takes to actually go and stop the push, but it's a good thing that they didn't really get to read that well. Bomb is going down. Azar might be able to clutch this up. Needs to go inside. Trailer tries to see if she can go and get into position. As they go in there very slowly, it's going to be very important for her to stay quiet, stay focused, as one player is already going into the side right now, trying to go in there for the pinch.
I mean, the pinch is on. One from the left, and there you go. The sides for Izar, and Roshi has been taken down. And Izar right now will be going on a 1v1. Will there be an attempt for a defuse? But no, like a good crisscross in there. There goes 10 for the kill, and with a few seconds remaining, there goes another point being taken by PDRBs. And when we thought we will see a clutch, it was just taken down by PDRBs.
That is just so unfortunate because she should have just played for time. I don't understand why. You have the time onto your side and there's no reason for you to go and rush in there. All you need to do is wait for that audio cue and really just pinch them. Back them up to a corner where they have to go and defuse a bomb and eventually go in there for the kill. But unfortunately for that, it just didn't really work out. Izar did such an amazing job so far though. Really just winning all those gunfights here. Very interesting push going into Alpha right now. They're not going in there for the kill just yet. 2 players right now from PDR already going in there. Klasiko Miku not getting a lot of that. Aurora getting big kills, double for her.
It's now a 3v3 situation, and Roshi right now has spotted 2 members already who's going in for that bomb. And will this grenade hit Izar? And there you go, Izar will be taken down, and there goes the rush, and there goes Roshi for a double, and the third might be coming in. There goes another point for the side of PDRB's 4-0. Klasiko Hyenas needs to turn it around to be able to make a point and probably a win if they'll be able to catch it up.
They need to have a different play here so far because like what we keep saying, the aggression is not going to be going into their favor just because of how well they actually go in there. They don't really do well for the aggression and they leave Bravo open. They don't even do a 2-1-2 split. That is just really good for PDRBs because that makes them unpredictable, and that's why you always need one person, at least one person in the site, and it's just an open and free plant, really bringing down the action into 44 seconds once they do decide on going in there for the plant. There you go, the plant goes down, and just like that, we see Hyenas are actually going to go there. They're struggling right now. You can see here very great stuff here so far. It's a good thing we see here PDR doing such a great job at doing what they do best, which is going in there for the aggression.
And the aggression is on a 2v1 situation, and there you go. The aggression will not work that quickly as PDR just clears it up. And when I'm looking at it, Beef, I think they intended to leave B open because the moment that they get everyone inside and close in, they'll be able to. They are ready to pounce and take them out. Match point. PDRB is already in the lead, 0 for the side of Klasiko Hyenas. Will they be able to make a point, or I couldn't mention, will this be a clean sweep by PDRBs?
PDRB is doing such a great job here so far. The response is just absolutely massive on their end. But yeah, that push into B, I actually thought that PDR was going to be getting the shorter end of the stick, but even though they're at a disadvantage, they still performed just as good as they are. So, but still, if it was any other team, they should not have left Bravo open. And finally, the bomb does go down. Tin gets one, so it's going to be one more for Aurora as well. A 3v5 situation, and it's looking very, very dark right now for Hyenas actually making a comeback happen.
And there you go. Genos was able to take down one button. Clearly taken out Izar, and here comes Genos, a little bit too close for comfort, and there goes the hit by Aurora, but there comes the kill. A 6-0 PDRBs cleaning this up with that quick search and destroy, and I couldn't mention it is it's not very difficult to go against PDRBs for the side of Klasiko Hyenas. We've already pointed out the rotations that they need to work on, as well as the expected. I mean, the should be a miss for the side of PDRBs, but wasn't taken advantage by Klasiko Hyenas. So hopefully the teams will be able to study and learn from that as we go into the post-game breakdown of this match.
And taking a look at that, they just can't reach that double-digit number. PDR 10 having 10 to her name, Aurora having 10 as well. These two girls absolutely being phenomenal, and to say the least. Roshi, 5 kills as well. Sazi, 3. Reiko, and 2. And the best person on the other side is going to be Azar, especially in that one round where she got so many, but it just stopped right there. Mitku, on the other hand, has 3, Genos 2, Ika 2, and Miera having a mere 0 points, and she needs to go and pick it up. You can't have 0 kills in a search and destroy, and that's the reason why there are 6-0. Genos as well. You are that sniper that can really just make a difference, giving that information to your team, and also getting a lot of first kills as well. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to go and pick and be a little bit more careful, and the careless plays that we keep seeing here from Klasiko Hyenas just really shown through here. PDRBs really is playing it to absolute perfection.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Whether you're on the attacker or on the defender's side, the positioning as well, the rotations are important. So let's check out the result of the games we have. First, hardpoint on standoff, wherein PDRBs was able to take 150 points against the 12 points of Klasiko Hyenas. 6-0 for the search and destroy in firing range. I will not be surprised if this will be another win for the side of PDRBs in raid for domination, but I am still hoping to see Klasiko Hyenas get a lot of points and this win in this game for map number 3, Beef.
Now with domination, this is going to be a little bit tricky for Klasiko because the rotations are going to be a little bit too far, especially once they do go into the other side. They are going to be at the special force base, so that's going to be very important for them. They need to get alpha. It's a way easier place to actually go and defend Bravo because you do have top laundry. I'm going to be a broken record here, okay? They need to go and get top laundry. I know gallery is going to be a very good position as well, but the fact that there's going to be a car going to be blocking your sights from that Bravo flag, that's probably one of the reasons why top laundry has a little bit of an edge, just because it doesn't have any sights blocking it. So they need to go and get that. So now that they're on the weaker side, they need to go and rotate. Yes, get Charlie, but they need to do everything they can to capture Alpha.
Definitely. I mean, the rotations in here, despite of where you are placed, whether it's Alpha or Charlie, you need to get the best positioning on this fight. And there you go. We have Klasiko, who's already going in, trying to move in onto the Bravo right now. But as you can see, we have PDRBs already taking advantage of the position, especially from what Beef mentioned. Mentioned earlier, the top laundry, but the gallery right now is being taken as well by Roshi. So the pinch coming from these two power positions will be essential for the win of one's team. And as we look to captured already for the side of PDRBs, and Alpha quickly being captured by Klasiko Hyenas, but being taken back, just back and forth on the double cap.
Let's go top laundry control. Hyenas finally running and galloping through that area, and that's what we like to see here so far. Midku in a very tricky spot, but finally goes and wins that gunfight, and this is the push that they needed to go and get Bravo, but then it's not going to be easy as we see here Bees already going in there, buzzing and flying through, but then they are winning their gunfights. It's a good thing that Hyenas are still going in there, but again, speaking of, I just bit my own words because they lost laundry control, and that's going to be very, very tricky, as well as Aurora already getting 6 to her name, and that's what they really need to do. And even though that, yes, they are having a fight in top laundry control, they just can't control it for a really, really long time.
Yeah, I mean, the one-to-one engagement is really essential. And as we looked at earlier from the previous matches, it's those close battle that is where Klasiko Hyenas are really losing it at some point. Because as we can see, Aurora, Roshi, and the rest of the teams already getting as much frags as possible, clearing out the area and preparing for the capture. But here we go, the cleanup on Alpha will be done by Klasiko Hyenas, but they need to move a little bit closer, probably in a Bravo or Charlie, to be able to catch up on the scores, because with the 2 captures for the side of PDRBs, it might be difficult to catch up so far as we move closer at the end of the first half.
And we're almost getting there, inching closer and closer, and PDRBs have been absolutely dominating, even though they don't even have Alpha to their name. They're just that good that they don't need the better flag. So that's really a telling tale for a team that's just really confident to actually go and rotate into Charlie and really just winning that. Aurora having that beautiful double piece, being 14 already to her name. Roshi as well having 15 and fully streaked out already. And they're basically going to get all their guns out into that second half because they don't even need operator skills. They're just that good. They don't need their ops. They don't need their score streaks right now in this first half. So that really tells that they're such a dominating team here so far. But again, we are seeing Klasiko finally going into the better half here so far. And they really need to stay there, be dominating, and hopefully get that Bravo flag.
Well, Bees are dominating right now. It's 39-75 after we end that first half. PDRBs right now moving in, Charlie and trying to go in and on the other side to be able to capture Bravo as well. But here we go. We have Isa right now taking one. Will there be another one to be able to clear this up and probably take a capture on Bravo? But we have the backup coming up for the side of PDRBs. But with the Sparrows ready, this might be a chance for them. No, there goes the score streaks as well. So this second half really is where the fire is on, because all the operator skills and the score streaks will be used, and it will make everything difficult to be able to capture.
Beautiful, beautiful spot there by Genos, and really just having a lot of these kills. But unfortunately for them, they already know that the Bees already are fully streaked out with their operator skills as well. And we can see here the hold coming in very solid. But then there you go, Azar with the denial right now of the Sparrow, and just like that, they finally have a shot of actually going B. But then no, that's not going to be very easy, as 3 more players are rushing in through, and just like that, they finally get a hold of Bravo.
Good hold by Peeps right now onto this laundry. I mean, just stopping anyone who's coming in from that Alpha side. And that is a 1 point, that one rotation as well by PDRBs, wherein they are dominating this battle so far. It's still a 1-2 and 2 points captured by PDRBs. And I don't think they'll be letting go of that B as well as a Charlie. So we'll need to find out how the rotation of Klasiko Hyenas will work in this play, because they are now losing points, getting into the 100 mark already, whereas Klasiko is a little bit way behind in this fight. Now Aurora right now will be taking Tin will be able to take down 2, and Genos in there taking down Pips as well, but Tin will be knocked out, taken down, and we have the rest of the team just rushing in, going in for triple cap. Will this be successful? I think they will be stopped by Klasiko Hyenas, because that's the only thing that they have right now.
119 and 67, and it's looking very, very bad for Klasiko Hyenas to actually go and make a comeback. But then Izar with the XS1 Goliath is definitely going to be very important for them to actually go and take it. But then we also see PDR also having a Goliath of their own. It's basically Goliath versus Goliath, and it's going to be the Davids that are actually going to make a difference right now. And just like that, gets destroyed very, very easily without even any contestation so far. Genos tries to go in there for the missile, but doesn't quite get a lot of the damage left here. FHJ not going to be able to really take it out of the equation. Tin Having 10 kills, not that bad, but then it's still a really, really close fight here. 138 and 77, and it's the battle in mid that actually goes and make a difference, but they still can't take out Roshi with 28 already to her name, and the triple cap is going to be ensuing really quickly, trying to end things very, very quickly, and just like that, Hyenas are going down.
Yeah, Hyenas are going down and PDRBs, and I'm just surprised that Goliath hasn't been taken down. I think it's still alive right there in the last moment. But there you go. Once again, the PDRBs was able to take another point and they cleared it out, still maintaining their position at the top of the leaderboards. And hopefully, we have Klasiko Hyenas who will be able to learn from these games and adjust as we move along on to the next days of Battle Beef.
Yeah, and the upcoming days that they've been absolutely great here so far. Obviously, dropping just one map, it's still not bad. Very, very dominating is the reason why they are into that top 2 seed. So yeah, again, speaking of domination, let's take a look at the post-game breakdown that we had here so far, just because the Hyenas just had a little bit of trouble when it comes to going in there and even trying to cap B. They barely, I don't think they were even able to capture B at all. So with the Klasiko really just having a really, really hard time, we see here Klasiko Ika having just 4 kills to her name. So that's like triple, quadruple negative already almost. And Aurora just absolutely crazy with that MVP win, 27 kills to her name. But right below her, again, another crazy and cracked player, Roshi, having 29.
Yeah, I mean, 29 kills from Roshi and 27 from Aurora. Comparing it to the side of Klasiko Hyenas is a little bit too far. And I guess this is, earlier we've seen the preview on the head-to-head MVP. So this is the conclusion as to why that is the case. And I think the same will be in the future. But let's go in on to the result. As we see, it is all Bs across from Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Domination. And there's not much to say here, Beef, because PDRBs was able to dominate it already on the first 2 map, and it's really at some point predictable that they'll be able to take domination as well.
Absolutely. And we already kind of had a feeling that it would be this way, but honestly, like from Hyenas, I actually thought they would have a little bit of a more even score here. They really struggled. I actually thought they'd give a little bit more of a fight, especially in Hardpoint, but unfortunately, PDRBs is just a different beast of their own. 150 and 12, 6 and 0, 150 and 79. It's just really hard to see all of those numbers really go and pick up.
Definitely. I mean, it's difficult for them. You mentioned, I think you're right that Klasiko Hyenas wasn't able to capture Bravo at all, but at least they might have extended to Charlie and probably turn it around and probably get a few more points compared to what they have right now. But still has to be seen in the future. If this is something that they need to work on, then Klasiko Hyenas need to work on that real quick, because in the next upcoming days they need to catch up onto the fight and into the points. But let's see. Let's check out the highlights of these matches as we go in on to the highlights and how well these teams played.
Oh, well, it was just a really dominating game. PDRBs really just went in there, guns a-blazing, doesn't really care. P1 was absolute perfection, P2 as well. And Hyenas just dipped their toes. Not even toes. They dipped a toe into the hard points. Like, they couldn't even have a really solid hold. The only time they were able to get a little bit of points was in Bakery. That was the only time they had a really, really solid hold here, and maybe even P2 as well. But then just like that, it's just a really, really unfortunate thing to see, just because of PDR, how well they've actually gone in there. And really just for the rotations. Rotation is actually really good. But it's really the gunfights that really had them struggling.
Yeah, definitely. There's chances in there from Klasiko Hyenas where they were able to take probably 3 members taking a hard point, but they have been cleared out by members of PDRB. So, yep, the gunfights needs to work on. The mechanical skills that they have, as you mentioned, needs to be worked on by Klasiko Hyenas, as it is really evident for the side of PDRBs that they know the rotations as well as they can manage it on probably going solo, taking a hard point and clearing out a 3 members of the squad, but going in on to search and destroy. This is where we are really, I mean, we are happy for PDRBs to be able to take that win quickly, but Klasiko Hyenas needs to work on those engagement, because there was a point here, like what you mentioned, it might have been a point for them, but they missed just a little bit too aggressive on that rush, or probably the clutch.
Yeah, and it's really just Klasiko Hyenas not knowing when to go in there and adapt to a play. It's just like the awareness that they have was like really, really lacking. I feel like it's just because they just have this linear mindset, and they need to be a little bit more three-dimensional with their plays and know how to adjust into a certain play of PDRBs. One thing I actually thought that would work out for them was this particular moment where Hyenas went into Bravo, where no one from PDRs was actually going in there for the defense. That could have been a really open kill, but unfortunately for them, PDRB is just really, really good with those gunfights and just really amazing with those plays as well. And I think it's also the lack of a sniper presence inside of Genos that really matched up against the PDRBs. We had such an amazing run right now, and it's really PDR's game at this whole time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the highlights right now, I can see the angles being taken by PDRBs, and they know how to go in and get out of fights when needed. And so far with the matches that we've seen in here, PDRBs really has what it takes. I mean, they are worthy of the spot that they are right now. Hopefully we'll see more of the other teams who needs to move up onto the leaderboards and go against them to really work it out, like pop off and study not just their own tactics, not just their own strats, but also the opposing team, and apply and adapt to that to be able to take a win and not be like cleaned out that easily on these games.
Yeah, and it's just really hard to see that the fact that they had laundry control here into the first half of the map, they weren't able to really just win the gunfights and hold it very solidly. And even into the second half, they had the strong side, but then unfortunately for them, it was just a little bit too much, and PDRBs did so much damage already, especially Aurora being the MVP right now. And it was such an honor to actually go and able to interview her a while ago, because you get to see these players in a different light. Not only are they players on your screen, but they're actually people. So again, it's very important for them to actually go in there, get a lot of these points, and get that bounce that they have as pro players. And really goes to show that, yes, here we go, without a doubt, Roshi is going to be that MVP. I mean, obviously, like PDRBs, it's at a certain point, it could have been anyone else's game to be MVP because they're just that good. You see here, average kills of 14 and an average score right now of 2,702. That is just absolutely cracked score that we usually get to see. And look at that average death as well. So it's a really good thing because they're basically going into the positive right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the kills going against the death is really a good sign for the side of our MVP. But let's check out why she did that well. Let's check out the loadout that she has in this game. Once again, this is an MX9 tournament. Actually, so far for the 3 MVPs, MX9 has been shown, and FHJ will be in there ready to take out anyone. Probably a sentry gun as well as a Goliath being there, because that's what they have. That's what they need to take out, just in case it is replicated by an opposing team. And once again, surprisingly, it's hardline and not the dead silence being used right here. So guys, for those of you who aren't here, who wants to work more on your game, here is the loadout of Roshi.
And yeah, I mean, it's just like no surprise that she actually took out dead silence, because if you're going to be in domination or any kind of respawn, actually, it doesn't really matter if you have dead silence, I guess. But yeah, it's a really good thing to actually go and see for these players.
I mean, that would depend on the positioning as well, on like how are you rotating. I think Roshi is not that member who is really going in for the backstab, but there you have it. We have the loadout right there. We have the third match over, and I'm just really excited to see the last one. But before that, guys, we, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, we have the best Valkyrie. So don't forget to comment the best Valkyrie that you have. Don't forget those hashtags being shown right now. Go ahead and comment those your favorite player as well as their categories, and hopefully they'll be seen on the next categories being shown in this game. Beef, I know you're excited to see the next match, but I think it will not happen that quickly because we are going in for a quick break. So, for those of you who are in here, who are excited to see the last and final battle, have to wait a while, but we'll be right back in a bit.
You'll never know who I am.
Hello. Do you want to play a game? Before dawn. Make your choice.
And welcome back to the Valkyrie series, Season 2, Group Stages, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. We are your casters. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is amazing Beef Mami. And what do you think of the next match, Beef Mami, as we go into the tournament schedule?
It need no introduction because everyone has been waiting for this matchup. It's NU versus Tyrant. You already know these girls have absolutely been crazy. But then before that, let's take a look back, take a step back as to what happened today with our amazing matchup. As fast as that, we had our first matchup, Sad Valkyrie taking one map off of AīM GENESIS, Lugiami with a clean sweep with, honestly, that wasn't really a surprise for me. It wasn't a surprise for everyone. So this is like a wake-up call for Artemis to really just go in there and really just pick up, stand up, and really just perform into the next days and coming. But then into the next one. This one really surprised me, actually. I thought Hyenas was actually going to be able to go in at least get a map off of PDRBs, but no. PDRBs really just wants to go in there for the kill, giving the 3-0 themselves. But this one is going to be the question in everyone's mind. Is Nifty Ultra AJW Esports going to be doing the same thing to Tyrant LXIX? Because no one has beaten Tyrant LXIX. So they're the only team here that has been remaining undefeated, and we're going to be taking a look at that. And speaking of undefeated, LXIX has been absolutely crazy. The lineup that we get to see for this team is really just going to show with how well these girls have absolutely been going crazy with Yaki, Consta, Afia, Sika, Sepang, Smia, and Venice as well. These ladies have absolutely been cracked here. And if you guys didn't know, these ladies really were running in for the crown in Season 1. They were going up against Velvet, which is now Lugiami, and that's why they really want to go in there for Season 2 as well.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, this is like a revenge just in case they end up on those top spot as once again. But we'll have to find out further if they'll be able to maintain their position in the leaderboards and still take no losses. As we see, they are all together, and this is essential for them because the communication will be real time. There will not be any delays on the communication, and probably that is one key why they are still on the top of the leaderboards despite of the 2 days that has been happening, the Valkyrie series that has been happening in this game. But let's go into the lineup of Nifty Ultra as we look at how or who will be opposing Tyrant LXIX. We have Angha, we have Cleo, Calls, Recta, Ryo, Tokyo, and Yanni in here in this lineup. And so far, as what Beef mentioned, they are, this is the most awaited fight of today. Nifty Ultra will be going against LXIX, and I guess they are prepared. Hopefully, they are prepared to go on this fight.
Yeah, it's the sisters that are going to go up against each other. As you see here, both teams from the Philippines really trying to see who is going to be coming out on top as the best Filipino all-female team here so far. And obviously, that's going to be a very difficult feat, as they are going to be really, really great here. Recta, drinking that water, doing really, really well here so far, but then she's just ready, taking a lot of things into consideration here. But then there you go, see how ready she is, already putting up. I'm pretty sure her room is just really that cold, fogging up her breath right now, but you know what, it doesn't really matter. It's really cold where I'm at as well, so I really get to see how the competition is going to heat up my body just because of how well we've been seeing it so far. And finally, head-to-head is not going to be very, very close at all here. Hulsa S, she's going to be absolutely crazy for AJW Esports because of how well she's been doing here so far. Sika, on the other hand, look at those points. It's so close together. Average kills for Cole is going to be 15. 13 for Sika. Average score 1,983, and for Sika it's 1,917. So this is going to be a very, very close call here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're not, I'm expecting that we're not be seeing a clean sweep because as what we mentioned earlier, the head-to-head MVP usually is a prelude of what we're going to see in this game. So as you have it, the head-to-head MVP are in there. Let's see as to where the teams will be battling out on this game. This is, as we say it, the main event. And let's go over to the band and picks, or the maps and modes right now for the bands and picks. And this time, it's Nifty Ultra who will win the coin toss. I just want to make sure that I got that right. And they will be choosing the first map to be banned, followed by Tyrant LXIX.
Now I'm disappointed that you said it the right way. It doesn't feel right anymore. I'm still calling it the Toin Cost. So Hackney Art is definitely going to be banned here right now for our Toin Cost, where we see obviously Hackney Art, Crossfire, and Takeoff are going to be the most popular maps to actually go and ban. You will always see one of the three into the ban. So I'm really excited to see what Tyrant really wants to ban this time, because I know they're really good at certain maps as well. Actually, all of the maps they've seen, but I really want to see what kind of map they're going to be choosing for this one, because I want to see Takeoff being played. I ain't gonna lie, I really, really want to see Takeoff. It's such a great map. Dang it! Dang it! I mean, Takeoff, obviously, I should have known better that Takeoff will be banned here. So Unfortunately for today, we aren't going to be seeing Takeoff, but I'm really glad to see that Hackney Yard was played in the past few games. So this is going to be very important for NU to actually go and win, because I feel like Tyrant has a little bit of an edge towards them. The fact that they won this coin toss, they even things out. So how Hardpoint is going to be going played here, I want to see what kind of map is going to be here. I feel like I want to see a Summit Hardpoint here, maybe. I mean, I'm just, okay. Everything's going to be predictable today. Standoff is going to be just for Hardpoint every single game.
Will Search and Destroy be fighting range once again? I'll have to find out, because you mentioned about predictability, and there you have it. I was hoping to see a takeoff in here, like coming from these two teams, but I think they want to go in here with style, going in for the classic maps, and maps wherein they are very familiar with. As we look into and wait for the Search and Destroy, we'll have to find out as to where they will be planting and defusing those bombs and map number 2. And let's see.
Drum roll, Summit. Okay, finally, yes. Okay, you know what? I'm happy with this. Okay, I just wanted to have Summit in the maps just because we've been having the same map rotation in the past few games. So Summit is definitely going to be very exciting for all three. I mean, Summit for me has a very special place in my heart. I think a lot of people know that Summit is one of my most favorite maps to play in. So Search and Destroy Summit is going to be a very tricky place, especially if you are not really aware of your corners, if you don't really go to check and ADS in there, if you don't do free fires, just because of how well the corners hide every single one of these bodies. And also, ninja diffuses all over the board can happen here in Summit. So I'm hoping to see that here. But, we're moving into Domination next. This is going to be absolutely crazy. Yes! Yes! Crossfire Domination is probably one of the worst places to be, but it's the best. That's the reason why it's the best, okay? You take a map that is just so horrible in Domination because of how one-sided it is. If you're in Charlie, stay there, keep that, and just defend it for your life. Keep one person, keep their eye on that the whole time, because the moment that you lose Charlie, you lose the game. So again, these two teams will definitely keep their eyes on Charlie, but that's the reason why I like this map, because it's hard. That's why I guess so. I mean, I have a little bit of a bias when it comes to more unorthodox maps because of how well you see those teams really go in there and adapt.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for the maps that we have right now, it's really exciting. And Crossfire, from the previous major tournaments, Crossfire is one of the most banned map as well, apart from Hackney Yard. But let's see which operator skills will be taken out from the mix in this game. And I'm still looking for Annihilator and Sparrow, probably, unless they change it out. And there you go, Annihilator and Sparrow. So we might see Equalizer and Death Machine in play, especially for a Hardpoint and Domination. And there we have it. We have the maps, we have the games ready, and with these maps and modes already set, I think the teams and you guys and us are ready. We are prepared to go into this battle, because this will be exciting, Beef. These will be exciting.
My body is ready. Like what you said, this is the main event. So we're all looking forward to it. I hope y'all are on pay-per-view. No, I'm just kidding. It's streaming. It's free. So that's a good thing. That's why I love this game, because we get to see this for free. So it's all just heated up. And speaking of, the main event is starting. And let's get ready to rumble. I've always wanted to say that, Neptune.
I mean, on the red corner, we have Tyrant, LXIX. On the blue corner, we have Nifty Ultra already battling it on this hotel yard. And it is a points being taken by LXIX, but quickly being taken back by Nifty Ultra. Now, the positioning, as we can see in there, just blocking off anyone rushing in, but one has been taken, has missed the chance by Tokyo, but will be followed. And there you go. This time, it is LXIX once again taking the points in this game.
LXIX, really good response, that even though they were flushed out so early, they were able to go in there for the rotation really quickly. But then Nifty Ultra is not going to be giving them a lot of the points and giving them pressure as well. So really good stuff here. But then Tyrant is actually really doing a good job on holding this P. 128 points left in their aim, but also the rotation needs to go and pull through. Both of these teams already going in there, on their way with a one-way ticket going into P2, but it seems like the spawns are more in the favor of LXIX right now, as they spawn really close by the barn, and there's only 2 players left. Only Tokyo is going to be right there, but then getting an essential kill. This is what I like to see with Tokyo, actually. I've seen her be flushing out 2 players already. Seems like it's going to be the 3rd. Yes, Tokyo is definitely going to be a formidable player for her team.
Definitely Tokyo in there with KRM, and there you go. After 3, and the rest of the teams is already stepped into this hill. Will be taken down, but still, Pointer is moving in for the side of Tyrant, LXIX, and how well will Nifty Ultra be able to go in for the rush and the takeover of this hard point? It might be very difficult for them, so they just need to prepare and probably get 2 or 3 to rush in as they rotate, because there's still 30 seconds remaining into this hill onto this hard point. But still, Tyrant Mia is the one holding, and no one is getting close to take it from them.
Oh, but then just like you can see here, a very, very early Pred missile for AW Esports. Now that's going to be very essential, but they're only getting the scrap points and the rotation already coming through. Most of the members right now of LXIX are actually already into the next hard point, so they really just gave it up, really just played for points and gave the scrap points away. So very important stuff here as they need to go in for the full rotation. Vinny's still really hanging back here, hanging loose. So that's a really good thing to actually go and see. They need to go and win all of their gunfights. And Tokyo has been spearheading the competition here for her team here so far. And Nifty Ultra really needs to go in there for the contest, which they are doing, and finally getting and winning. But no, it actually just stays to Venice. Is going to be an absolute presence here in the hardpoint.
And Ryo right now is able to take over, but with going solo, that will be very difficult as Tyrant already took it from them. Now we have Zika right now with the Death Machine. I don't think there's much use for that right now, because 3 members is already taking over the hard point. With 30 seconds, a lot of points will be gathered in here, unless NU will be able to take them down. But no, we have a Sandpax right here, just waiting for anyone to peek. And Tokyo once again with that KRM clearing this out and will be left alone. I don't think there will be anyone. There's one Tokyo getting that hit mark and just waiting for that chance against Mia, and that is all for them. But the points is still in the favor of LXIX right now as they move into the victory on to the next hard point. And this will be the game changer. Whoever dominates this will be able to take as much point as possible and probably the win in this game.
And there you go. LXIX was able to flush out AW Esports right out of the hard part right now. Bakery is definitely going to be a point where you want to go in there very early, but then unfortunately for them, they did, but they were able to win all those gunfights. You can see here, all the score streaks already going down so far. All they need to do is one big push from the team to actually go and contest. The most that they can do is really go and contest that point. But then finally, we get to see a lot of the players right now from Nifty Ultra trying to go in there for the rotation, and one more player is actually going to be left inside, and finally they get the hard point. And that's where they need to get up all of the guns ablazing. They need to go in there. They need to bring out all they can. 118 and 59. It's still very doable right now for NU to actually go in there for the points.
And here we go, getting closer to 130 mark. The hard point will be on the side of NU, but Tyrant LXIX will not be letting that go. Yes, we have NU who was able to take in there, getting in there early on, but as we usually say, the early bird gets the worm, but the dearth as well. And here we go, the next hard point will be triggered in a few seconds, and will this still be a domination by the side of LXIX, or will Nifty Ultra be able to catch up onto the point? It might be a really difficult because it's already 130 mark, and the kills after kills after kills being done by Tyrant right now might prove them that they are really worthy to take this hard point from NU.
And just like that, we already see here NU giving a fight, an absolute fight here, but then they just can't flush them out as the operator skills, and also the score streaks are going down in 140, 150. There you go. 66 and 150 is going to be the score for today, and that is going to be absolutely crazy from LXIX. And without a doubt, they've been doing such a good job. Not only that, they're right beside each other. They're celebrating right now, and there's honestly such a big difference if you're online and if you're together as a team, and that definitely gives you a little bit more of a boost. You can see the celebration coming in very early. So if by the way, we want to like inform you, Afia is actually not playing for this team. She's actually going to be banned for the rest of the group stages. So with her being out, it doesn't really matter. LXIX is just that crazy that they don't really need a player like Afia.
Yeah, I mean, with the teams, the performance of the teams right now going against NU, as we look in the post-game breakdown, it is Zenpax who's really making her way into this game. A score of 3,000 right here, and a minute and 17 into those hard point. I think it's with the help of Yaki as well in there for that support. And on the side of NU, Tokyo will not be taken out because we've seen the frags earlier on from Tokyo, and it's just that it was one-sided for the team and not much for the rest of NU. But there you go. The first match is over. It goes to Tyrant LXIX for 66 to 150 hardpoint on standoff.
But you can see here the points actually, like the kills aren't really that different. You can see like double digits across the board for both of these members. So again, you can see such an amazing fight already from NU. And yes, even though it's 66 and 150, it really is just like the lack of the person really being in the hard point. Yet they're getting the frags down. So that's a really good thing to see, the fact that they're actually giving a fight and going into Search and Destroy and Summit, where you see Tokyo will probably pop off. She's been an absolute slayer in this competition here so far, really doing a great job. And not only that, Season 1 as well, you saw her really climb up from basically just chilling in the first half and then being an absolute monster in the second half. And so far, she's been doing a great job all across the board. So Search and Destroy, it's a really good thing that we see the mechanical skills are there for the side of NU. So maybe they have a little bit more of a fight going into Search and Destroy Summit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you mentioned about the rotations that need to be done, the corners that need to be checked, and there's also verticalities on Summit. So those who take those tricky steps from above, like trying to cover Alpha and the Ninja Diffuse, that's what we're waiting for. If there will be any, hopefully these ladies will be able to show us plenty of great gameplay, especially on Search and Destroy. This is a map we're in the Summit, we're in a lot of things really happen. A lot of great highlights really come from. And with 9 seconds remaining, we have Tyrant LXIX going against Nifty Ultra AJW Esports on this Summit map. And the game begins, Biff.
Game on here in the snowy mountains of Summit, and it's gonna absolutely be heat up, especially if Konsa gets that snipe. Doesn't quite get it. It's a good thing that she just backed away from the situation. Tokyo, on the other hand, goes in there very aggressively. So all they need to do is actually go in there, chill out, see and read the situation. If you see here, Bravo is going to be absolutely stacked, but it's a good read as we see here. Tokyo going into Alpha very quietly as they finally go and plant the bomb. There is no defense whatsoever for the side of LXIX to stop the plant.
Yeah, I mean, the plant has been let go, and the timer is now down to 40 seconds. A miss in there by Recta, but I think Recta will be hit in there as well by two members. And there you go. The moment that they get that kill, they just pounce. And now 2v4 situation. Here comes Ryo going in for that hit as well. And it is now left to Konsa on the sniper. This might be very difficult, but despite the fact she might be able to pull this off, but no, Anka in there just clearing it out. And NU AJW Esports taking 1 point in this game.
Beautiful start by NU. That was a really great read, not going for Bravo, instead going into Alpha, and they shouldn't do the same play again because we already know LXIX are probably going to be putting a bunch of girls there as well. So, really great start here so far. Oh, Anka almost missing that shot through the smoke. That would have been a really big call. Surprisingly, they actually don't take anyone in Alpha. It's like, didn't you know that yesterday they actually go and plant there? No, but today is a different day, I guess. But Recta having a really, really big kill. And unfortunately for LXIX, they paid the price for not really having anyone in Alpha.
Oh, there goes Anka in there for that snipe, but we have in there takedown against Anka, and it's now a 2v3 situation once again. And here goes Konsa right now going in for that hit against Ryo, and a 2v2, but the bomb is still ticking with 19 seconds remaining. There goes Tyrant taking one against Tokyo, and calls right now, spray and pray, no hits just yet, will be taken down. And there you go. With Tyrant LXIX going for the defusal, it is now tied 1-1.
It's not going to work now. It may have worked a while ago, but if you're going to pull up the same tricks like against LXIX, that is not going to work out very well. It's that one person up in that steel, you know, I'm pretty sure it's in that second floor into control room where one person was already there the first game, but then if you just stay there the whole time, you already know someone's going to be there, and Anka finally gets another kill. Sniper presence on point. She's always watching that particular room, and for LXIX, Consta needs to stop and bow down and find another spot where she can actually take Anka out.
Yeah, I mean, Konsa has been predictable at that point. We have calls right now on using the verticality to be able to cover, but two members for the side of Tyrant might be in trouble, might be pinched right now, and Anka is just waiting for a chance, the opportunity for that hit. But here comes Ryo, and there goes Ryo taking on 10 packs in this game. A 1v5 situation by Mia, but will be taken down, and the back and forth of the scores really expected from these teams right here.
Anka being the player for her team, not only getting the snipes, but also giving the information. The fact that she actually saw two players up into F gave Ryo the information that one of them was actually going down the stairs, eventually getting the kill. And that is communication at its finest, and Anka tries not to make another mistake here. Doesn't quite get one more, and Konsa probably learned it already, but then one person is going to be prone, doesn't quite get it. Yaki pays the price for actually going and over pushing.
Yeah, they were over pushing at that point. The bomb is now ticking down, and Tokyo right now with the KRM once again. Ooh, will not let that go. Konsa has been taken down, and it is now a 3v3, and Anka once again with a sniper with that quick pick. And there goes Sandbox right now, who might be going in, but Mia just took two members, and Tokyo right now on a 1v2 KRM in hand, might be backstab, but no! Tokyo was able to take one down, and there goes Mia for the defuse, and the points once again will be tied.
Oh, the hit marker was just so unfortunate to see, especially from that length. From that distance, it's just so unfortunate. But you know what? It's a good thing. Tokyo absolutely got movements on her end, and she has so much kills already to her name. You can see here, Tokyo doing such a great job here, and it's already round number 5, and we get to see who's going to be coming out on top. And finally, we get to see NU do the same tricks maybe, but be a little bit more passive. That's a really good read for them so far, but Tyrant already over pushing a little bit too close for comfort right now for NU.
Yeah, and here we go. No one has been taken out just yet. I spoke too soon. There goes Mia for the kill against Recta. And Mia is just waiting for an opportunity. Might be going in for the backstab against Anka. Anka is just waiting on the hard scope right here. But no one is going in for the rush just yet. And there you go, Anka, for that kill. The moment that she slid from the side. But there goes Mia once again for that hit. And 3v4 situation on this game. Tokyo right now just steady on this alpha and might be going in for that plan, but Konsa will not let that go that easily. Anka is now down, and Konsa is just taking a peek and probably waiting for that opportunity to go in for that kill beef.
Tokyo, always the last girl down, always having the instrumental moment to actually go in there, especially with the KRM. It's not going to be easy. Spots Mia. Gets one. No, doesn't quite get the kill. And there you go. Mia yet again wins the gunfight, second time in a row. And now we finally get to see LXIX have the upper hand, but we are going to be switching sides, which gives LXIX more of an advantage to go in there and dictate the rhythm of the game. And now we keep seeing an alpha push going inside the NU, but for LXIX, it's going to be a different story, as they're probably going to be going into that Bravo push, and it's all about that 2F control, and Konsa really wants to get that kill.
Ryo right now just making her way into the stairs, just waiting for anyone. And there you go. Information gameplay with that grenade. And Tokyo is going, or no, it's Yaki going for the kill against Recta. And Yaki right now will be backing off. It is now one lady down for the side of Nifty Ultra. We have Konsa just preparing with that snipe, but Anka might be. No, it is Konsa who was able to go in for the kill, but Tokyo was again taking Konsa down. And there you go, 1v4, and Calls with that spray and pray. Will Calls be able to go in for this kill, or will it be another member of the team? There
I'm not quite
goes
sure.
Mia.
Not quite sure if the Holger 26 is the best gun to use in this particular map. And if you are going to be going into those close corners, you're always going to be outgunned with someone who has a shotgun or even an MX9. So that's going to be very, very difficult to actually go. And if you have the Holger, make sure you have your distance. But then the thing is, if you have your distance, a sniper can easily just pick you off. So that's going to be very hard to do. But then a very, very interesting push. But then Consta with a kill gets rid of Recta already. Recta always being the first person out the door. And it needs to be shut if they want to get another shot here. 4-2, it's almost going to be match point for Tyrant very, very slowly. The information is going to be going down. Sepax is in a really, really great spot to get a lot of kills here so far. The information already given.
And there we go. One lady down, ready for the side of NU. And Sempax was able to give that information. Now, will the pinch be done by Tyrant right now? Or will it be a flank by the side of Nifty Ultra? We'll have to find out. It is a little bit slow right now in this match. No one wants to go down on match point. And there you go. Sempax was able to take down Anka at that point. But Calls was able to kill Yaki as well. A 2v3 situation. And Ryo right now for the hit. But Mia a little bit too strong. A 1v3 Calls in there, taking down Mia. And this is what I'm talking about. What you mentioned earlier, that that Holger right now might not come into play with the 20 seconds remaining in the timer. It is LXIX putting the pressure on Calls right here, and we'll just have to wait for the chance for the kill. But no! There goes the hit by Calls. The defusal is on, and with 5 seconds remaining, will not be able to make it as Sandpacks go in for that kill.
Sandpacks really just brings her team to match point. There really wasn't a lot Calls can do to really just go in there for the kill. Using the numbers advantage, LXIX was able to use that and really win this round 5-2. Nifty Ultra actually really doing a good job here so far. It's like they're just making miscalculated small decisions into especially their defensive side. So obviously in the first half of the game, they were doing so well, but then LXIX, being the team that they are, was able to read all of the plays already, knows when to do the counter plays.
Definitely the counter play has been done and bringing them to match point. Now, this is a chance for them to end it all off. And here comes Konsa just taking that peek. But Anka as well going in. Who will take that kill? No, Konsa was able to take down Anka in that sniper battle. But Konsa is still waiting for a chance. On the other side, we have Sika in there taking down Tokyo, and Mia once again already with 16 frags. Will someone stop Mia, please? And there goes another hit and the win by Tyrant LXIX.
That was just... There were so many times that Nifty Ultra was almost winning some rounds. It just went down to those 1v1s. There was even one time they had the woman advantage. So you can see here, more people coming in and really just congratulating all of these players. So very, very impressive stuff here so far. I wish we could go party with them, but obviously from afar, we're definitely going to be cheering them on. So again, Tyrant LXIX doing such a great job. But then before that, let's take a look at our post game and see what went down into that particular matchup and what went wrong for the side of NU. Tyrant Mia having 17, that's absolutely cracked. She keeps winning all of her gunfights. It's just down to one player. See, that's the thing with Search and Destroy, right? If one player pops off, you're done for. And Mia is definitely that MVP.
I mean, imagine if Mia and the rest of the teams was able to get as much kill as possible and break it down. It was just Mia who's going in for that three kills, three frags within the game, and probably more as we look at it. But well, for the side of NU, it's real difficult for them to come back on that game because the rotations itself, you mentioned about some questionable plays that has been done, and it wasn't, the adjustment wasn't made within the match that quickly, thus taking that loss in that match. But we'll have to see how well they will be going in onto the next battle, and let's check out the result of these games.
And the results already speak for themselves. Tyrant, LXIX doing such a phenomenal job here so far. One really, really great team. 150 and 66 in standoff, hardpoint, and 2 and 6 summit, search and destroy. Absolutely destroying the game here so far. But then another tricky map that we really like to see here is crossfire domination that will completely throw off Tyrant and hopefully give NU more of a chance to go in there. But this is going to be a pick where Tyrant is actually going to be able to go in there from their roster. So maybe Tyrant having this pick gives them more confidence. Maybe they are just really that good in crossfire, but NU needs to go and respond really quickly, or else they're going to be having a hard time as this pushes them down into the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the way Tyrant is staying in there with a 2-0, 2-0 in this game. If there goes a third one coming from Tyrant LXIX, yeah, I mean, they will be able to maintain the leaderboard, and NU will be pushed down onto the leaderboard. We'll see how well these teams will be going. So far, the last battle, the main event, and it is Tyrant LXIX just proving to us that they deserve to the spot that they have right now. But Nifty Ultra AGW Esports still has a chance to take 1 point back for their team. And as we go into this match of domination, we'll have to find out, Reef.
Absolutely. We're going to be finding it out in a little bit. And honestly, we're already down to our last game. We've already just started. I feel like we're just in game number 1 because of how fast everything's just going. And I'm looking at my time. It's like, wow. 3 hours have already passed and so much has happened already, and we're down to this. Game number 3, match number 4, where both of these teams have been doing such a good job in the competition so far, but maybe LXIX a little bit more. But finally getting into crossfire and domination. This is going to mean the difference of being 1 more down. If we see here, if LXIX loses this, it might mean they might go into the bottom seat of maybe even like PDRBs. Okay, so again, Nifty Ultra can definitely go and perform here, but then here we go. Finally, a really explosive start. We see here LXIX having the advantage of going into that Charlie flag.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Charlie, they have the Alpha for the side of NU, but Bravo is attempted by Tyrant LXIX right here. But Cleo right now is going in for the backstab. One lady has been taken down already, but Mia still going in for those hits. And like what I mentioned, guys, can someone please take down Mia? Because Mia is just getting those frags, and with 4 members in here capturing Bravo, that will be very quick, and all they have to do is just hold on to this Bravo, and like what you mentioned earlier, the Charlie will just be safe. Just if one will be able to hold on to it. And there you go, we have a Zeke right now who has been tasked, but no, was able to let that go, and NU turning around with a Alpha and Charlie capture. Scores right now will be pouring in onto the very favor and still maintaining to them.
Beautiful push from NU going into Charlie and really just having that in their sights, and that was a really great push. Now they have 2 in their name. All they need to do is actually go in for that Bravo, but then a really solid triple hold right now for LXIX to really just go in there for the kill. And that was a really good push. Now that they have Charlie, all they need to do is actually go and get Bravo as well. And you already know the sights are going to be a little bit better, but then I feel like they should have just left at least 1 person to actually go in there for the defense in Alpha, but they keep losing their gunfights here in Bravo. They need to be able to go and push there as a team, have their sights and butchers, really get into that power position. But on there, it's going to be absolutely crazy, as Yaki definitely going to be able to get that send packs though. Really big kills, denying the push going into Bravo.
Good rotations for the side of Yaki in there, as well as Senpax, and they were able to secure Bravo at this point, despite of Tokyo right now surviving that fight, and 2 members or 3 staying on Bravo. This might be a one-sided game going into the side of Tyrant LXIX, and NU needs to make their move right now to probably capture another site. And there you go, we have a Bravo finally being captured by NU, and the scores will be moving into the side. And the lead is not too far though, and they'll be able to catch up easily, and they're not just yet on the first half. We are targeting to go into the 75 and 54. Getting there is still a long way to go.
A long ways to go, and then 2 players already into the sites, and it's just like that we see these 2 players finally capping B. That's a really good start here so far. You like to see that, and unfortunately losing your gunfights over and over, and that's why you need to be a little bit more smarter as to which engagements you actually want to go and pick. And just like that, even with a weaker side, LXIX still tries to dominate with that double cap with A and B.
And there you go, A and B right now. And as we move closer to 75 mark, I think Tyrant LXIX will be able to make it at this point. Charlie will be on the side of NU, but there goes it. We have 2 points remaining, and the first half will be over, going in favor of Tyrant LXIX. They will be switching side right now, and will it be the same gameplay from this team, or will it be turned around by NU? AJW Esports. We'll have to find out as we move in onto the second half of this domination match.
Well, we see here NU is actually the team that likes to get one map on dominating teams here so far, and see here Rio really just overextending, tries to see if she actually gets a lot of these players. But then we see here the players of Tyrant LXIX are frozen right now. They're just standing. I think something happened to their connection, and unfortunately for them, they're all just frozen. I think something happened to their internet, and I think I said it. I think I just gave that caster curse, and you know what? I'd like to see this. Wow, this is just absolute sportsmanship from Nifty Ultra. I would want to commend them on that. They stayed put, knowing very well that they got disconnected LXIX, and that is sportsmanship. And even though that they could have used that to their advantage, they just wanted to see and play a fair game.
Definitely, I mean, kudos to this team who was able to wait out Tyrant LXIX. Despite of the position that they have, they are still making sure that this is a friendly fight between these 2 teams, and a fair fight indeed. They want, if in case they win this and go in for that, they want to be proud that they have been fair. They have been fair in this fight, despite the situation that Tyrant LXIX has been into. But here we go. We have 95 to 93 right now in favor of NU, and I think they are still dominating right here for the Bravo and Charlie capture, but still Tyrant LXIX will be able to go for the Alpha and Bravo once again, plus that sentry gun. It might be difficult for NU right now to rush in for B.
They were heavily defending Charlie too much. 2 players were already in there really just trying to defend Charlie, but then no one was actually going in there for the default. So, and it's a bad thing that they were able to, you know, lose those gunfights, and unfortunately for them, it's just a little bit too much. Senpax obviously doing such a great job at infiltrating there, plus with the sentry gun in their midst for that defense will definitely be very important. Again, Senpax all across the board. And it's just really hard to see the fact that Nifty Ultra really just go in there, and the spawn's probably going to be flipping. They've been having a hard time already, and just seems to be like, here we go, triple cap is in order, and finally, just like that, a triple cap and crossfire. That is going to be very hard to combat. No home flag right now for Nifty Ultra, and all the way, they're going to spawn out so far away.
And there you go, getting close to 130 mark. We're in. There might not be any turning back for the side of LXIX right now, as they are still in the lead, going in for the Bravo and Charlie, just in case Nifty Ultra will be able to go for a triple cap and stop the time for the side of LXIX. They might be able to take back a lot of scores, and it might be a repeat of what we've seen earlier, but that needs to be seen right now. Charlie is being attempted by NU, but still not yet there. And there you go, the Alpha and Charlie capture at this point, but is it too late for the side of NU, because the time is still moving in favor of LXIX with only 7 points remaining? And Zoka right now rushing in with that equalizer, trying to go in, but no. with 6 points, 5 points remaining. This is just counting down to the win of Tyrant LXIX, and they are still holding on to that Bravo and will not let that go.
Hold on before it's too late. Come on, one player needs to make a difference. There you go, big kill. It's still very doable for them to actually go and win. Coles, no! Not having enough time. And it was Tokyo with the equalizer that could have made the difference, but unfortunately for her, she wasn't looking at the right direction. Just that win over there. They're good. They're good right now. You see here all of the players right now doing such a great job, and take a screenshot of that. A very amazing job here so far, and they deserve it. And even if they actually left the game for a few seconds, it doesn't matter. Connection doesn't matter because they're doing such a great job here so far. Congratulations, Tyrants. Honestly, they're the Tyrants in this game here so far. They're doing such a great job. LXIX is really, really so good here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, still kudos to NU in there for giving the chance for Tyrant, not really taking advantage of the loss of connection. And despite of the fact Tyrant LXIX was able to dominate this fight, still taking the leaderboards at this point. As we look at the post-game breakdown, Vietnamese right now is the MVP for their team, 3,200 points in their scores in there, followed by Sika with 3,100 points, and on the side of NU, it is Tokyo with 26,802 in there for the scores. And well, with the kills, it's really not that much on the kills. It's more of the capture side and the scores that needs to be counted. But still, congratulations to these teams, for both teams who fought it on this game, Beef.
Both teams fought well. I mean, not gonna lie, that domination was like pretty close, and NU just unfortunately dropped it at the very end. But then that really is showing how well this team has actually performed. I feel like out of every team so far, they have made Tyrant LXIX sweat just a little bit, and that is a pretty big deal because so far Tyrant has been smooth sailing here so far. And I mean, obviously they've had no losses here. So NU giving a little bit of a shocker here, 136 and 150, and really just like dropping it at the very end. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get that. But let's take a look at the results here so far of the game. The very last game, 66 and 150. That obviously it wasn't really a big margin, but they still gave a fight. There's a lot of really bright spots there. Search and Destroy Summit as well. They did such a great job in the beginning, but again, really just finding a very difficult way to adapt at the very end. But this is the game that I really was looking forward to. 136 and 150 for Crossfire domination. It really was NU. They knew what to do. They knew where to go, but unfortunately for them, outmatched, outclassed by the gun skills of Tyrant.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were expecting like a back and forth in the scores, probably a 2-1. We are really surprised to see a 3-0 because we know not just these teams, but also the previous teams that we have in there fighting the matches. We know that they have what it takes to go in for the battle, but still good enough for Tyrant LXIX being able to dominate all 3 maps for tonight's battle. And congratulations to these teams who fought it out. Now, there will be more days to fight these games, more days on to the group stages, more chances to be able to get those points and probably reach the top 4 spot for the playoffs. So we'll have to find out further. But as we end it here on these 3 wins by Tyrant LXIX, Beef, what do you think will be happening in the next matches, as we've seen already how they perform here for 3 days of the Valkyrie series?
Again, the strong teams have just gotten any stronger. PDRB's absolutely crazy matchup, giving that 3-0. So that's definitely very, very impressive to see actually so far. And also here for Tyrant, they're basically collecting souls and they're basically eating them and getting even stronger. But speaking of a really strong performance, let's take a look at the highlights of what we saw here in our last game of the day. And obviously the highlights are absolutely crazy from both of these teams actually. NU really giving a really great fight, especially with Tokyo with the absolutely crazy gunfights with the KRM.
Yeah, I mean, Tokyo with the KRM, needs to be taken out that quickly. I mean, with Tokyo with those frags right now, and surprisingly, it's a KRM, is a one shot, one kill if you have it on the right angle and not getting those hit marks as we usually curse them. The hit marks, if it getting close to an opposing like an enemy with the hit mark really like gets me, really takes me down. But as we move back into the highlights, no enough about me not making those shotgun kills. We see here as Tyrant LXIX really dominate those hard points and get those points, those scores on the rotations, and Nifty Ultra really letting go, not surviving the gunfights for each hard point that they go in early.
Yeah, and especially going into the search and destroy as well, there were really amazing spots, especially for Anka to really go in and get all of those first bloods. But unfortunately, she just became a little bit more predictable. And if you don't get a lot of these shots, because there were some moments where she tried to get a shot, didn't quite get it, tries to go in there for the second time, and that's the mistake there. Once you get a shot, move on to the next, because Consta will always reply to you. See? Take a look at that. It's really just moments like that where you try to go and peek again. Once you don't get a shot, make sure that you don't peek, because Consta will always just get you. So at the very first part of the matchup, Anko always got those snipes, but then at the very end, Consta responded with such equal force that really Anko was just stopped, and she was one of the best players for this search and destroy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen snipers going in for that peak, and the moment that they got found out, they just have to rotate. Or the moment that spent that much time in a certain area, they need to rotate, because like that was mentioned earlier, Konsa will be in there waiting for you, getting those sniper positions for the opposing team, and like look for you and take you out. Now, this is the domination that we've seen so far. It is a good start. It is a back and forth into the points up until such point that Tyrant LXIX just got the two Alpha and Bravo, and was able to go in for a triple cap as well, if I'm not mistaken, and just held those points and dominated those games. But it is very close from the start up until like midway from second half. It's just the final moment that brought NU AJW Esports down, as Tyrant LXIX is just going in for those kills.
Absolutely. Now I'm really excited to see which person is actually going to be that MVP, and there you go, without a doubt, Sika yet again just really impresses everyone. Average kills of 13, average deaths of 8, assists of 4, and score of 2,263. So again, as per usual, it's no surprise here that she's going to be that MVP for her team because of how consistent actually just going down. But let's take a look at the breakdown real quick here as to see what actually happens here. Let's see what kind of guns she actually have. Holger 26 is really good if you're going to be that anchor or support type of player that can actually go in there and laser beam from all across the board. So it's a really good thing that her perks also allow her to be a little bit more mobile as well, because obviously quick fix is going to be really good. Hardline is going to be good as well. But you know what, that red perk you see over there, yeah, that's important if you have Holger 26 because of how slow that you can be with the Holger. As much as you can really quickly bring it out, that is the most important thing in winning a gunfight in a split second.
Yeah, I mean, it has been mentioned that the Holger right now is the ADS that's very difficult, but it can be countered with the help of the perk. And good thing that we've seen a different gun and not just always an MX9 on the loadout. A lot of options for us to be able to use in these games. And go ahead, take the screenshots right here, and you might be using this on your next games as we look in to Sika's loadout and finally was able to conclude the games in these matches. I'm really happy to see these games, though there are a lot of 0-3s, but Beef, excited to be part of shoutcasting for the Valkyrie series right here and seeing these ladies fight it out on these games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, we've been looking forward to this for a whole year already. So, I mean, obviously, with the tournament already down for 3 days, I take a look at the results that we've had here so far in the past 3 that we've been enjoying here and I've been casting for you. Take a look at their scores for today. Sad Valkyrie and AīM GENESIS are opening things up with a very amazing 1 and 2. The only 1 and 2 we're seeing here so far. Lugiami winning and really just giving the donut to Artemis. PDRBs as well, giving it to Hyenas, and PDR absolutely just ranking up. And also at the very end here, this was I'm pretty surprised here. I actually really thought there was going to be a 1-2, but unfortunately LXIX just proved to be a little bit more of a better team today. Nifty Ultra definitely going to be going back to the drawing board, but with all of these points here considered, day 1, day 2, I really want to see what is going to happen with the overall standings that will be brought up here shortly as to calculate what teams are going to be on top, if there's going to be any shuffles right now with which teams are going to be in the middle of the pack or who's going to be ending up in the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. And there you go. No surprise. We still have Tyrant LXIX on the top of the leaderboard. Still no losses. And PDRBs following behind, a little bit too close for comfort, probably for the side of LXIX, because it's only a 1-point lead from them. Lugiami going in third right here with 6 points, taking that 6-3 for the wins and loss. And AīM GENESIS on number 4 with 5-4 on to the wins and loss, taking it a total of 5 points.
So we see here, Tyrant, LXIX, and PDRBs are pretty much in the comfortable spot. But now if you're Lugiami or AīM GENESIS, you already see Nifty Ultra just creeping out very slowly to you, because 2 and 1 points, that is not far off when we just started our series and just really going into that halfway point. So again, Lugiami needs to go and step up because they've been so dominating in the first season, and now they've been struggling just a little bit just because they had to go up against Tyrant, LXIX. That really is the effect of this team into the really strong teams that we thought that was going to perform. So again, everyone else though, 6 to 8, very hard for them. It's still very doable for the Hyenas to really just pull up all the points, but no mistakes should be made from the teams that are going to be in those last 3 spots here in Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for the games that they be playing to be able to catch up, because it's not just their points that will be moving. Every day that they go in this fight, the teams from above, like up from top to bottom, will be moving. It's either up or down, and like what you mentioned, the 1 and 2 will be like sitting pretty in there on the first, on the top 2 of the leaderboard. But let's check out what will be the battle, the next battle, the schedule for tomorrow as we look into the group stages. Group stages day 4. It is the first battle of Klasiko Hyenas, or the first fight will be Klasiko Hyenas going against Lugiami, AīM GENESIS going against Nifty Ultra AJW Esports, LIthara Artemis going in against Sad Valkyrie, and the final match would be Tyrant LXIX going against PDRBs. And I think this is the main event, Beef.
Yeah, take a look at that final matchup. Top 1 and top 2 seed, you already know what it is. I know it's been a really, really long day. It's probably going to be midnight where you guys are at, but it's going to be spicy because all of the fans just really want to see that final matchup really go down, because it's going to be absolutely classic. Who's going to be going down? Who's going to move up and move down into the tiers that we have here so far? Because by tomorrow, it's definitely going to shuffle. By the time that someone loses into that last spot, they can either go down as far down as that 3rd tier. Best believe that. But then speaking of a really, really good team here so far, who do you think performed here today the most out of everyone? Comment down below that hashtag player and also their hashtag role. Don't forget it. Don't forget, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, don't forget to like the stream as well. And really, it's been a really crazy crack year here so far. But you know what, Neptune, who do you think is actually going to who has tickled your fancy here? Which player do you think really performed here today? Who's your Valkyrie?
Yeah, for the Valkyrie, is there a hashtag Beef Mommy in there that I can put in? because I can put it in the
Stop
comment section.
it.
Hashtag beef
Stop.
mommy, and hashtag the role would be hashtag legendary caster. I would say.
Wow, man.
Anyways.
You were just like buttering me up right now.
Anyways, it's always a pleasure, like sitting side by side, casting alongside you, and it's a pleasure being here as well. So hopefully everyone who has been watching, you've enjoyed the show. There's a lot more happening for the group stages of Valkyrie series. Once again, Beef, thank you very much. I am Neptune the Genem Garcia, together with the amazing, the legendary Beef Mommy, shoutcasting, bringing you the action on tonight's battle. And have a good night, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are right now. And we'll see you again next time.